Hey, Fluffy. Okay, it's telling me the live stream is offline. Okay, it's telling me the live stream is offline. No, that's me. Okay, cool, we're going. Hey, Fluffy, Eddie, Bill Prophet, what's happening? Dr. Mango's here. Miner, Poxia, Josh Biggs. Okay, we're cool. Well, we're good to go. Suppose we should get right into it, shall we? Fucking load it as winter and see what happens. Hey, I wonder if on the survival servers people are just sitting around the vault just picking people off as they go in there. I reckon that would happen. Tactical, friendly contact. Matthew, the stream is lit. I didn't set it on fire. Where did this act of vandalism come from? Hey, Timothy. Just woke up. Nah, I've been up and about for a few hours. I was messing around with Fallout 4, just doing creation kit stuff. Yes, I remember you, Josh. Hey, Spectre. Okay, well, I'm glad you're pleased, Dr. Mango. What's that, a Lamborghini in your profile picture? The rear end of it? Favorite streamer since you found me? That's very nice of you to say. Basically, all of my loading screens are just the screenshots that I've made for weapon videos. Alright, so I've updated my driver. I think what happened is fuck, about to break open my own house. I think what happened was last time I didn't have the latest graphics drivers, so we might be able to squeeze a few more frames out of the place. And I've got a little bit of a strategy here. If I still oh fuck. Where'd I put my vampires rapid thing? Maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't have it. I've got no clue where I put it. Oh well. I'll go with the old faithful. Where's my bloodied blade crit damage? Yeah, that's it. That's what I want. And first of all, let's just redo the build here because that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna fly. I don't think I used serendipity. I didn't bother to use that. And I've got a lot more sneak perks on winter, that's for sure. Hey, enough. Haven't played in like a month, yeah. Hey, JR Riggs, what's happening? Do I want Born Survivor? I'm probably go without it, to be honest. Escape Artist is a must. Where's that? Oh, it's already there. Alright, 3 more points. Thank you for the super chat, Busy Night. I appreciate that. Pewds hit 100 mil. Good for him. Is he still... The question is, though, is he still behind... old mate, what's it called? Fucking T-Series? He's probably still behind T-Series. Action Girl. Yeah, why not? Probably go for unyielding gear since I've already got 3 ranks in sneak. Put all of that away. What's up, Captain Noob? Not Still 9 mil behind, yeah. Guy's selling a tenderizer for 25k caps at his camp. I wouldn't pay 2500 for it, to be honest. Much better things you could do with your... Ooh, actually, I might take the Tesla. Look at these assault rifles, they're both furious. Yep. Yes. So yeah. Sort of get rid of some shit before I start. So remember. Alright, what don't I want in here? There's probably some shit prefixes. Yeah, Mutant Slayer, that'll go. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do. I'm guessing the Tesla is going to be really fucking strong when it deals with everything. Fucking close the door. It's Soldier Tenderizer for 10 caps. It's not really that good. I know Rifle Gaming liked to talk it up, but he was chemmed to the fucking... He was super chemmed up, and not a lot of weapons will still be terrible if you're chemmed up like that. I don't have commando perks on, do I? Should probably chuck those on. Tank Killer can go away. Nothing's particularly too tanky in there. I'm thinking that Ground Pounder would be better just for reload speed. And Nerd Rage if I get there. Probably not a good place to be. Gunsmith. I reckon it'd be super fucking easy to solo this, especially with my build. It should be. Has anyone beat Expert in the Vault Raid? No, I haven't beaten it yet. We tried, but the doors wouldn't open. It took like 30 seconds to open. We lost a lot of our time due to that, so I'm just gonna go on Novice. Because, unfortunately, this raid has a lot of fucking busy work you have to do. There's too much busy work. If it was just kill would be good. The jet hits different today though, noob. What jet? Jet will make you jittery. Why am I picking that stuff up? Alright, so the first day this was out, the computers were fucking slow, and it appears that is still the case. Buy Spectre. Yep, okay. It's gonna be one of these days, isn't it? It might be all gear-based. It might be gear-based. Come on, let me out of it. Finishing it shouldn't be too bad. It's whether you get a good time. It's a little bit faster than last time. It might be because the server hasn't been flogged like the other one would have been. Because there's not actually a lot of players playing in Oceania, at least at one given time, so you'll find that it's like at least 5 servers tops at most. What do I think about the raid overall? Too much busy work, to be honest. There's just a lot of crap you have to do in between killing stuff, which is really annoying, to be honest. He has to manually pencil you down for the raid. I bet. A Gatling 6k a deal. That's pretty good if you're buying it. The frame rate seems to be as bad as it was. Shut up, phone. You can't give me a Snapchat notification. You have to stay up and mod the stream. Initializing. I guess we just wait here. You know the worst thing is I don't have any booze. I forgot to grab stuff on the way home on Friday, Arvo. I sort of come straight home. I want to do an XCOM stream, I guess. Got that out of the way. And it didn't take a fucking plant. It didn't take a week for this thing to come out on consoles. It's already out, I think. Welding helmet. Why am I carrying that around? That's fucking worthless. Veil of Secrets. Do I have a tattered dress somewhere? T for tattered. There it is. Alright, so this should probably be a breeze. We'll see what happens, eh? Yeah, right. Apparently I can miss with a Tesla now. And don't have to worry about any of these ash piles after I'm done here. See how long this takes to open up. 10 frames a second during the Queen. Fucking hell. It's bad. It's really bad. Ooh, fuck, I'm almost dead already. What's worse is what happens is you get into this laggy situation, and I probably should chuck on Born Survivor to be honest. The performance is just so shit. I can't be fucked doing this to be honest. I was gonna give it another crack when I've got better frame rates, but this makes it borderline unplayable. I can't fucking play 20 FPS. It's so shit. What I might do actually is I'll just like pull down the graphic settings to almost nothing. We'll go console vision. It's so shit. No, you don't have to worry about the ash piles because it's all fucking, what's it called? Instanced. So if someone makes a bunch of Gur ash piles, you won't go in the same room as them. What specs? I've got GTX 1080. i7 8750 processor, so it usually runs full at 76 at 60. Unless we go into Harper's Ferry, which is poorly optimized, it usually drops a little bit. But since I'm also using OBS to stream now, that takes up more of the processor. If I went back to Shadowplay, I might be a lot better off. Console vision it is. What's the best idea for a boozy medic build? Fuck. I reckon Drunk Me could do 20 FPS. Do you think I still enjoy Fallout 76 without using legendary weapons? If they didn't exist, if legendary weapons didn't exist, PvP would be better. If no legendary armor or no legendary weapons existed, it'd be more to it'd get basically it'd be the better build wins instead of the better gear. No, I haven't had any crashing problems. Fallout 76 has always been fairly stable, except for when you try to eat food. That's when it fucking crashes. That's so fucking annoying. Actually, another time where it crashes is when you've got I don't know what's it called. Is the graphics down? Yeah, all the textures look like shit. And no shadows. So, boozy medic build. I don't know what you mean by boozy, as in, like, you want to drink a lot of boozy medic build. Oh, that's better. Hang on, this room isn't too bad, is it? This room doesn't really cut down on your FPS. Right away is a crash thing too. Fucking hell. And 3 explosive weapons in a row from the purveyor. That's pretty good, I guess. Unless you got it on something like a pipe revolver, then it's pretty lame. Because pipe revolvers suck. This server is completely fucked. Allows beer or wine to heal down players. You know how it's super easy to find stim packs though. Like I've always got a surplus of stim packs, even on my support character, which is meant to use the stim packs. I ended up with having more by the end of the stream than I had when I started. That's how easy they are to find. If you need stim packs for as like a crutch because you can't really use stealth properly or just have trouble, then fucking go ahead. You fucking buy them or whatever. But you can save a lot of time and resources if you just loot them off everything. You can kill super mutants. They've always got something to do with stim packs, if you're lucky. What's the best way I have to farm steel? Kill super mutants, loot assault rifles, get scrapper, break them down on a workbench. It's like 20 steel a piece. You can get so much. Hundreds. Steel isn't a problem. Lead is a little bit more rare, though. Is the metal pipe gun from the old gameplay of this a game mod or something? What metal pipe gun? I don't know what you're talking about. We got an extra like 10 frames out of it. Oh, we're into the 40s. Can you see that on the screen? No. Okay. OBS and Shadowplay don't play together. Sugar Grove for lead. Sugar Grove for screws. Also kill Wendigos and harvest them from their stomachs because they just munch on screws all day apparently. Alright, let's not fucking fail this time. It's like Bethesda doesn't actually want me to do it. Oh, goddamn. And now we wait. Thank you for the super chat, Busy Night. I appreciate that. Metal pipe revolver. Looks like a hand cannon. Your TSC does less damage. Well, it depends on whether you can actually get the bullets on target, because damage is spread evenly between whichever projectiles are there. I am Palpatine. Why am I still in danger? Okay, I'm going to turn the game up here. Oh, maybe I'm not going to do that. I'm going to switch to this weapon. Easy. Unlimited power indeed. Lord Vader, wipe out Viceroy Gunray and the other separatist leaders. Showers, yes please. This is a mistake. There are in fact ghouls in here. Going this way. They can't possibly open vault doors, can they? Good, good. Kill him. Kill him now. Oh, the 20 FPS. Okay, no matter what I do, it's just going to be fucked, I think. Can't tell where enemies are coming from. Can't tell any of this shit. Fuck you, feral ghoul. Can I get some headshots, please? It'd be cool if we saw some of these Mirelurk Queens, like the level 65 ones out in the wild, because you get bored at shooting at level 50 monsters. Repair pipes in the atrium. How about get fucked? Do I have to? Suppose I have to. So this is what I hate. There's too much busy work. Who even fucking cares about this shit? Now I've got fucking radworms. Yeah. The lag goes a lot more beyond actual frame rate. I feel like there's a little bit of gameplay lag as well. Open up. Okay, never mind. Good thing the Mirelurks are water soluble because they ain't getting in that water. Get the fuck out of my way. Now they can attack me even though I'm fucking soaring through the air in water and I can't attack them, so ooh shit. Here they come. Probably should have kept with the suppressed one, but whatever. Like, what's the point of this? I've lost all fucks to give at this point. Oh no, it appears that I have outpathed you again. Now I'm gonna get killed. Oh, I can't be fucked playing this shit, man. I'm over it. I'm so sick of this shit fucking frame rate. I can't do it. I'm over it. It doesn't even feel fair. What's the point of planning all of these exclusive things if you're only gonna get 20 FPS? What's the fucking point? There's no point! The performance is shit! I'm fucking sick of it! What's better MG in this game? 50 caliber MG42. They're both good. You just need the ammo to run them. Typically, the MG42 will eat up all of your 308s, whereas it's more sustainable to use a 50 cal machine gun. Use them. Figure out which one's better suits your playstyle. I'm never giving positive vibes because I'm fucking sick of this shit fucking frame rate. It's like I'm playing on a fucking console. I'm above this, man. I play on a much better system. Why should I be punished with console fucking frame rates? Fuck this. I might as well just fucking go and grab a controller so I can be on true console pleb mode. I can be a peasant. Do I get the same frame issues when not streaming? Honestly, I haven't tried. I haven't tried. This raid really, it really hasn't got me. It really hasn't gripped me. It hasn't pulled me in. I can't really say to you that this is a really good game edition because it's really not. I'm not really a fan of this, to be honest. I can't tell you it's a great addition to the game because I just don't believe that it is. Only offers TSC era content. Who even cares about the TSC weapons? Okay, maybe it's a bit better on console, but they crash a lot apparently. Apparently going into a terminal just makes it fucking crash, which sucks. Also, I remember someone going on about how the Tesla rifle's condition has been nerfed. It really hasn't. You just gotta use Gunsmith. +1 perception. Oh, that'll help. Also, can I harvest your organs? Bastard. Didn't. That's free adhesive every time you walk in. A lot of rads has been consumed already. But that's okay. Oh wait, they've got fucking radworms. I don't have anything to actually cure that. We're just gonna have to live with that apparently. Oh, I've got antibiotics. There you go. Towards your next PC upgrade, you console fucking pleb. No, playing on console is the one true way to actually play these games, man. And you should know that. It's too imbalanced on PC because people have better systems than you know? Also, there's hackers all over PC. Every day you'll find a hacker on PC, so console is easily the best way to play this game. If I stare at the ground... That barely does fucking anything. Normally, if you stare at the ground, that's when the FPS gets better. I'm getting like 5 FPS tops. Holy shit. Though I'm not British. Do you reckon this thing will close again? Also, back to handmade now. Yeah. There's a significant input lag to when I actually move the mouse to when it actually fires, and that's what's fucking throwing me off. Although I haven't really been using stealth all that much, I don't think it'll matter in this case, because I'm just gonna get fucking killed. See? I'm just gonna fucking die. I can't even be bothered. How did I even survive that? What am I looking at? I give up. I have lost all fucks to give. There's a lot of people modding. Like, all of the inventory modding shit. These fucking raids, man. They're so bad. I can't play this shit if I'm getting sub fucking 30 FPS. Looks like we're just fucking around now because I have lost all fucks to give about this fucking raid. I don't give a shit anymore. I'll perhaps play it again if they figure out how to make the frame rates go over 30. I'll just farm radium rifles instead, that's better. Try turning shadows down 1 notch. Oh, that's what I did. Look. That's why I've been saying I'm playing on console. I'm playing on console spec right now. What do you mean texture quality is ultra? Fuck off. Turn that to low. Jesus Christ. It looks like shit. Also, XP. Yay. Do you remember what that is? I'm gonna be honest with everyone right now. My motivation for playing this game right now is fucking nothing. I can't be fucked with it. I don't give a shit anymore. Alright, I'm just gonna restart. If these textures and shadows don't save us, I'm just gonna fucking stop streaming and do something else. Once the dupers start duping unyielding Tangler armor, you're gonna get full set for a sneak or the extra melee damage. I don't fucking know. Is that the rewards? Just extra sneak and extra melee damage? Try one more time. Kept it real about this dumpster fire at the game. Well, I'm not on Bethesda's payroll, so I can say whatever the fuck I want. Don't. Got a bloody 3-star railway rifle. How much do you think it's worth? Depends what the secondary things are. You have to exit the game 2 to 3 times an hour. Well, I'm on 2 to 3 times, and I've exited the game twice, so beat that. I was sort of lukewarm about it, but now I'm just sort of what's the word? We're in the same server. We might be. That reload speed though. Fucking Christ almighty, this is terrible looking. You'd think the gun through would put me on a fucking Scorch Beast who is currently ripping me a new fucking asshole, but no. Won't do that. Oh, there was no water blur for a second. That was interesting. I'm also surprised that I didn't get the blight out of that either. Can I go now? Thank you. No, the community was more worried about how much the display cases took up in the settlement thing. Why is there a random tent out there? Who set that up? They put duct tape in here and trapper arms. And there was ghouls. Okay. They just decided to set up camp there. Oh, let me guess. My fucking thing's destroyed. Of course. I love coming home and to see that fucking thing just wasted again. You know, that would have happened whilst I was gone and doing the first raid on that first server that I rocked up to. That's when it would have happened. Also, did I loot the food from the Scorch Beast? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Maybe I was wrong about the vault raids being easy, because they seem easy in concept, but once you get to the bad frame rate and the swarming fucking ghouls and the tight corridors, then you're kinda fucked. There isn't a lot you can do at that point. I'll persevere anyways, we'll see what I can make. I'm at least determined to do it on one character. If I can't do it on Winter, I'll probably just go on my strength build and do it within power armor. If I've still got that vampire's minigun or something to that effect floating around, definitely use that. That's a feast fit for a queen, Winter. PC outperforms the servers. Well, yeah, that's why I get so many sleepers. I guess I found the Scorch Beast. I'm glad that you decided to drop in. That's more food for later. At least when you die, if you remember to harvest some of the meat from the Milex, you can just cook it up here. Look at those shadows. Fuck, maybe it is OBS just choking everything. Actually, I've got an idea. I'm going to free up memory. Use the Dragon Game Center thing. There we go. It was at 64%. It's going down heaps. Like extra 10%. Question is, does that benefit us in any single way at all? We got 50 in this room. This stream should just be called me complaining about frame rates because this is I'm playing this game on console mode. Well, at least that one was quick. The game must be used to me coming in here and doing stuff and okay. Cool. Hey, Darth Vader. Hey, Axel. Got an anti-armor explosive handmade. Very nice. Is that... Hang on, is that legendary power armor? Is that what it is? Yeah, I reckon they put the tiny little Austin studio in charge of making this game a thing. That's why it's an asset flip, because they didn't have time to put together assets. They had to... Fucking hell.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, okay. No worries. See ya. BRB. My mum's ringtone is Keith Urban. There's a fun fact. So I'm eating Tim Tams because I'm Australian and I must eat. Hurry up, game. Select your team level of expertise. I really should have grabbed the vampire fucking gun. That's what I need. Hey, James Bush. When do 5-star legendaries come out? I don't fucking know. Never. Because this game's dead and we killed it. What? Yes! Got your guts this time, you little bastard. You have a prime radium rifle receiver plan. Yeah, I saw that, and sorry I didn't get back to you, but I've already got both of the receivers that are prime. That message showed up at like 3 AM, so... Yeah, sort of missed that one. What the fuck? All I hear is Mirelurks. Where are they? Are they below me? Are they ghosts? It's really loud for some reason. I don't have the game volume up particularly loud. Okay, it's at 60 now. That was really fucking loud. Warning, warning, your frame rate is suboptimal. Okay. Oh, the queens are already out for some reason. Where are my sneak attack? Oh, I was getting sneak attack criticals. Okay. Fuck you, Mirelurk Queen. Just gotta thin out the ranks one by one by one. What are you looking at, tanky bastard? They've got like 800 health. That's more than a super mutant warlord, for fuck's sake. Why are they so goddamn tanky? I guess the trick is just don't get spotted. You won't have to deal with this fucking nonsense where you get swarmed by like hundreds of fucking ghouls at once. So going in the water is what they call a no-no. Don't do that. Or if you go in the water, make sure that you don't stand up. Okay, I can't harvest your organs. So basically, it's going to be just a fucking... Oi, where the fucking rads come from? Oh, the barrel. Okay, so I was standing near that, and then I sort of took a step back, and then it decided spewing its rads at me. Good, I'm glad. And despite making that big-ass splash noise... Alright, back into hidden. Can I jump? Why can't I fucking jump? God damn. Just go away. I'm sick of this shit already. You can get stuck down in the water. Yeah, of course you could. What kind of beer do I drink? I don't drink beer. Holy fuck! I look away from the screen to read comments and there's like 30 fucking ghouls shambling down the stairs. I'm going over here. They know where I am, bastards. They know. They're pretending like they don't, though. What a waste of ammo this is. I could be using this to kill super mutant warlords and farming fucking 3-star legendaries. But no, I'm getting 13 XP per piece, killing these fucking ghouls over and over. Why so many ghouls? Basically, the game says, you know what? We're running out of things to do. Let's make a zombie swarm. It's probably unlimited spawn. They want the action to be constant. Well, I say fuck that. I'm using stealth. And apparently, no cap stashes in there. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I'm gonna put lunch on when I get fucking killed here. Right now I'm eating a Tim Tam. Yum. Why is it called a high king? I was gonna go to the vault, but then I got high. Ooh, I was gonna kill that vault dweller, but then I got high. Da, da, da. Now I'm respawning again, and I know why. Why, man? Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. Da 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 da. Fuck, I have to fucking find this shit. We're gonna get attacked by anything, am I? You don't really get anything good. You get this steel stuff, and you can go and take it. Take it to Murmur, and you get shit for it, or whatever. Is this flavor text? Yep, it was flavor text. Completely fucking pointless flavor text. You know what I want to know? I want to know where the frame rate is. That's what I want to know. I don't care about this 4 or 5-star bullshit. I care about frame rate. Take it like a man. How about you put all the fucking pipes below the vault so it doesn't fucking leak in? Who did the plumbing here? They're fucking useless. Also, you actually turn the water off before fixing the pipes. But apparently we're just gonna forget about all that. It's so hard to keep hidden. There's just shit everywhere. It's so hard, man. If you want to get fucking bored by the end of, like, 5 minutes, look no further than this particular place. So this is the kind of bullshit that annoys me. Like, I don't mind if there's endless swarms of enemies and you gotta get to this point, but now I have to go back and forth looking for keys, which is not interesting in the slightest. It's just pointless busy work to run down the clock if you're doing this on a high difficulty. That's all that is. Did you see the tweet about the ammo stash glitch from completing the raid? Nah. You should be a consultant for Bethesda. Why? I'm not a game designer. They're above me. I am but a pleb who plays the game and gives unwanted opinions. So far, none of my complaints about this game has seen any changes. I don't have any influence whatsoever. If I happen to say, look, I've done this and... No, if I happen to say, look, I've complained about this and they eventually got around to fixing this, that's probably because they had people on Reddit complaining about it. It's all coincidental. Where the fuck is the thing? You know, it'd suck if someone threw a grenade in here and just tossed the thing across the room. Go away. There's got no shell now. He looks like a naked asshole. Naked crab. Wait, what? Did I do this? I must have. See, they know where you are. Even if you're in hidden, they'll still move around like you're in caution. I suppose I'm breaking it by doing this, but I don't really give a shit. See, it's because I can't find these fucking things. Like, who wants to find them? Who wants to do this? It's just pointless busy work, and I don't like it. You nuke my base. I don't know, do your worst. It's only an IKEA shack. So it appears that someone has nuked this place. They wanted the flux out of it, I guess. You won't get anything there. Or do they actually drop high-rad fluids in here and the other things that you might find from that? Oh, look out, we're in caution now. That's how you get wrecked, kid. You have been insulted. At least we get plenty of time to explore this vault, because we're basically fucking invisible. Yeah, I know the guy. He got PR for Bethesda. He actually shouted me a few games. He's like, "Hey, you want to play this game? We'll give you the codes." Like, yeah, whatever. I think I think he gave me Wolfenstein Youngblood, which I played and didn't think it was as bad as everyone was talking about it to be. The characters were silly, but there's sort of they weren't supposed to be some sort of thing that was super important. Oh, well, I can just skip this. Okay, don't mind if I do, to be honest. I really wish these were passive perks. You just if you had them unlocked, you could do this, because switching out between perks is fucking tedious and it sucks. I don't like it. What's a master lock? It's tough as fuck. Ah, Lone Vault Wanderer. That was the guy, wasn't it? Lone Vault Wanderer. Well, I got the key. That's actually taken a thing out, so I guess I've just skipped the thing. Which is good, because there was no such thing as... There was nothing of the key sort in there. Won't be allowed in the nursery. Probably have to go over here. Also, did I kill all the monsters? There's not a lot of monsters running around anymore. Oh, it's still pointing me to this place. Well, I'm pretty sure I've searched every nook and cranny of this place and haven't really seen much. I got some sort of key though, so at least I've got something to show out of this. Missed screws. It's only like one screw. Hey, if you want to step up and play this for yourself, be my guest. Oh, I found the key. Why was it pointing me towards the showers when the key was no fucking way near it? What, do they expect me to have some sort of expertise on this? No, I'm playing novice. Fucking hell. Still can't get in. What keys do I have? Is it gonna even show me? They all better have vault something. Yeah, okay. Council, community council, and workroom. They don't spawn all the time on novice. Nice one. Hope you've all strapped your seatbelts, because this is going to be a fast ride. There's just so much going on. It's so dense. I found a stim pack. That's of note. Why wouldn't it just show me where the keys are? This is so shit. I hate this. You have to go and comb through all of this to find stuff. No, I really don't want to. I could be doing much better things with my time right now. I feel like I don't want to dedicate hundreds of hours of time getting the layout of this in my brain, because I don't want to kind of apply this knowledge. Oh, look, there's another workroom key. Is that two? How do you start raids? You'd literally walk right in. I don't know who the fakers are. Do you mean like the Lakers? Are they a basketball team? Also, if I actually clear everything, I think I have. Oh, look, here's the activity room, which is not locked and will have fuck all in there. There's just a guy missing a head, statue man. What if I was to go down in the water? Did it actually do anything? No. I did nothing. And what about this? It's agriculture. I fucking hate vaults, man. I wish I could just nuke the vault and make it go away. Get a stump for me next time Oxhorn goes live. You don't have to. I wouldn't do it if I were you. People don't like that sort of thing. All the textures are bad. At least I can run around. Yay. Making so much progress, because the only room that they're pointing me in the vague direction of is a room which has fuck all in there. There's nothing in here. Not even on the top of the shelf. Not even in this corner. Not even on this side of the generator where the pipe is sitting above. Not even in this bush, which I could probably just completely hide from anything from. Well... Oh, is it below me? Is that what the thing is? Do I need to go below? Because I kind of don't want to get super irradiated. I guess I have to go down then. Gotta find somewhere to actually... Is that a pipe? No. No, all of those things are blocked off. See, this is why I don't like the raid. I have to fucking run around and search around for shit for like 10 minutes. I'm so sick of this already. Ugh, fucking hell. Why would you put me through a maze? I just want to go around and kill stuff. I am so fucking done with this. No, I just want to go around and read fucking terminals. That's what I want to do. That kitchen scale has probably got springs in it. Springs are good because my guns kind of eat springs when I repair them. So, yeah, that's pretty good. So that's the fucking room we were in before. Atrium only goes down here because God forbid having a fucking sane layout in the Fallout Vault. God forbid. Gotta make this as maze-like as possible to make it confusing for the dullards who are trying to solo this. Look at me, I'm repairing pipes. I'm doing so much. I'm just gonna die to rads. I don't even care. I'm not gonna even do a rad away. I'm sick of this. It is fucking lame. You don't think I don't think it's lame? It sucks. Just leave the fuck in. This fucking raid. How much time do they put into this only for it to fucking suck? Feels bad, man. All we want out of this game is a weapon, basically, for them to fix it, for one. Good thing I've got purified water, because I'm wasting my natural resources of thirst and hunger while sitting here doing Jack's fucking shit. Is that my third workroom key? I bet that is, you know. I bet that super is. Yeah, that's key number 3. Could I just have a sleep? No, I can't. That's workroom key number 4.
The water filtration system is offline.
We got the vault to say something new. That must mean I've actually fixed all of the pipes, perhaps? No, I haven't. You should see the amount of fucks I give right now. I've put them up on a PDF, link in the description. At least we can get loot. So what's so good about this workroom then? Am I gonna find some motherfucking keys in here or what? I'm gonna find a workroom key inside the workroom. Is that how we're gonna play it? I picked up those screws, yay. Is it in the bin? Is there literally nothing in here? That might be the case. I'm just going to make a camera, because apparently a camera is the only thing I can do. Okay. The only thing you can possibly make on that is a camera, which is particularly odd. On shelf key card. What shelf? This shelf? It'd be nice if they put them all always in the same spot. Only thing that's being shelved here is a bunch of pingers from Bethesda. They're shelving all of the pingers. If you expose me singing, I don't know what profound message you're gonna get out of me singing, but still. Yeah, whatever. Oh look, I found engineering. Can I just push the button and go through? No. Yeah, I could be doing pretty much anything else. Oh! Oh, I found a thing! Look at me, I'm progressing. And I've even got a nursery key. See, it wasn't that hard, it only took like an hour. At least we've had a good exploration of this vault in the meantime, though. So there was no key in that stupid fucking shower place all along. It just sent me there on a wild fucking goose chase. I'm gonna probably chalk that up to being a bug. Okay, second question. Why would there be an engineer's thing in here? Did they put a baby as an engineer? Flavor text. It's gotta be in here somewhere. I'll find it if I have to crush this vault one brick at a time. Does the broken doll have it? The broken doll doesn't have it. It might have it. I'll take the clown too. You never know what the clowns will be hiding. Now I'm just gonna have a bit of a sit down, have a break. What do you mean it's under the entrance? Are you kidding me? No, that's a Blast Radius board game. What are you thinking? Oh. What the fuck was it doing under there? No wonder the vault died. Good eyes, though. Good eyes. This is a place without reason or logic, and I hate it. I'd prefer this place to be a place full of reason and logic, but no, we can't have nice things in Bethesda.exe. Oh, no, I'm not doing this fucking hacking bullshit. The password's got to be around here somewhere. I'll take all the board games, I'm gonna go home and play them. With my 0 friends. I don't think I got anything from that printer. There's the password. Show me the money. Okay. So I might just take a photo of this for later. Because that was the most efficient way of doing this. So let me just get out my phone.
Automated purge of flood control pump intakes.
Easy. You print those codes.
Acquisition of flood control pump restart codes. Confirmed.
And then the monsters spawn again.
Please stand by.
My kill. My legendary. It's gonna be a piece of shit. You just watch. I've got a flamer at least. Could you imagine actually trying to do this on expert? I think I would have failed like 30 times already. Oh no, I'm over capacity. That sucks, I guess. I should probably drop some sort of Gauss rifle. Yay, I've succeeded in doing stuff. Assemble my team. This game is... The game thinks I actually have friends.
Power supply required.
I hate to break this to you, Todd Howard, but I kinda don't. It's just me in here. Alright, if I can jump on this reactor, what can they possibly do? They can't do shit. I saw you spawn there. No, I'm not gonna join the thing because I've got Lone Wonder and I don't want to lose that bonus. Reactor. That's why everyone thinks Fallout 76 sucks. It's just because I haven't got any friends.
Initiating emergency restart procedure. Complete each step in the procedure as directed.
How about you kiss my ass?
Actions within the operational window will abort the restart procedure.
Alright, everybody listen the fuck up.
Set the following circuit breakers to the up position. 48. 40. 14. 30. All other breakers must be set to the down position.
48, 40, 14. There isn't even... Is there more at the back? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Why is it throwing 40 at me? When there's not even that many. Go away. Ugh. Fuck it. What are you gonna do if I do this? What are you gonna do? They tried. Just activate all of them. All of them, I say. Oh, there's more. There's some over there. Activate everything. Just flick all the switches. I think I fail if I do this, and if I do fail this, I'm not gonna start again because I don't like this at all.
Water samples test positive for biological contaminants.
I got no idea where I am. This is great. I don't want to put in the effort to write every single thing down. I can't be fucked doing that. Like, it's no Digistruct Peak raid, that's for sure. We've got an interesting mix of enemies spawning and bosses to fight. No, there's none of that. There's no interesting thing. It's just swarms and swarms of enemies. They need something like Digistruct Peak to be actually interesting and good.
Error. Aborting the emergency restart procedure.
Please tell me I've failed so I can go back.
Initiating emergency restart procedure. Step 1. Set the following circuit breakers to off position. 48,
48,
40,
40,
14,
14,
30.
30.
All other breakers must be set to the down position.
Fuck off. Down, down. Prices are down. Oh, look, I found a catalyst thing. Jumpy, jumpy. Is that what you want, game? Everything else seems to be in order. Oh wait, no, 26 is up. You can go down. Aha! I did a thing.
Restart reactor subsystems in the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station terminal.
Flush do I have to fucking remember this? Do I have to? Well, in case I do, I have to bring out the phone again, because fucking... I know I'm on a time thing here, but who cares? Okay, so how do I flush reactors? Is this just the same terminal? Yep. It's not really giving me a lot, to be honest. Oh, this is shit. I fucking hate this. None of this... This is not fun at all. I don't even know how you're supposed to flush the reactors or anything. I just don't care anymore. I'm kind of over it.
Repairs acknowledged. Restart the reactor system before proceeding with the operation.
With the aberration, more like.
Has reached critical levels.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I kind of like if the objective marker was just pointing you towards doing everything. Because then I wouldn't have to fucking do this shit. All I just want to do is kill a bunch of enemies. Can we start again, please?
Error. Incorrect restart sequence. Resetting all reactor subsystems.
Do you reckon I'll have to flip the things again?
In the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station.
Oh, reactor restart failed. Please tell me it's over. Please tell me I can just fuck off.
Restart procedure.
No, it's not going to tell me I have to go away now. It's a real shame because I'm kind of sick of this. Gonna have to do the circuit breakers again? Are you fucking kidding me? Would they randomize? Oh, fuck me. Do you reckon I can set these in advance? Okay, I can activate that one. Fucking Mirelurk. People said, oh, look, you can go in here and there won't be any enemies. Fuck that. If I have to access these enemies by doing all of this stupid bullshit. No, I'm not doing this.
Set the following circuit breakers to the up position. 48. 40. 14. 30. All other breakers must be set to the down.
So it just basically randomizes everything, does it? Number 8, number 9. That's not it. I tried. No. Do not. There is no try. I already got my ammo scrap for this, so... Oh, it's because 36 was up. I mean, it was supposed to be up.
Step 2. Restart reactor subsystems in the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station terminal.
Okay. So it wants me to flush the primary reactor. I don't even know where that is. I don't even know where that is. It's not in the condenser. Not in the vault fucking tower. Do I go to the toilets and just flush? Automated pressure system control.
Auxiliary flood control.
No! It's not gonna fucking tell me shit. Hey, I found the pipes. Decontamination. East generator. Okay, it's a west generator. Still haven't found how to flush the fucking thing. That's obviously the condenser. It's voltage regulation. Cool. Yeah. How useful. Do you have to actually press the generators to flush them? Is there something you can press here? Ah, we're getting somewhere now. So we flush both of those, and then the automated pressurization system.
Error. Incorrect restart sequence. Resetting all reactor subsystems. Restart reactor subsystems in the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station terminal.
Shut up, pushy computer voice. Hey, I haven't DC'd yet. What I have done is fucking get nerd rage on this computer. You think I won't just sit here and let time run out? You think wrong.
Error. Aborting the emergency restart procedure.
Is it randomized or is it the same every time? Because if it's randomized, then speed running it would just be shit.
Initiating emergency restart procedure. Step 1. Set the following circuit breakers to the up position.
Oh yeah, the circuit breakers.
8, 40, 14, 30. All other breakers must be set to the down position.
Yep, that seems about right. Could you imagine if I had an endless swarm of enemies trying to kill me at this point? Be like, wow, I haven't seen you blokes before. Well, they all appear to be down. Yep. They're all down, so I guess I gotta go over here again. Just that one.
Restart reactor subsystems in the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station.
Flash. Automated pressurization system. Where's pressurization? Is it somewhere down here? Yep. Push that button. And then reset condenser system. Which is over here. There we go. And then the west generator room, which is on the west side. So I think it's down here. No, that's east. This is pressurization.
Structural integrity at 72%. Engaging automated structural stabilizers. Failed.
Oh, it's down here, is it? Wait, what? Ah, here's the West Jenny. Might as well punch a few darts whilst I'm down here. Just need to find the big button, the big red button. There it is. And then voltage regulation system. We've only got a minute to finish that. That's decontamination, East Jenny. Voltage regulation. Turn that on. Now volt power interlink. Where's that? I don't know where that is. Is it up here? Hope it's up here. That's a stairwell. A condenser. I've only got 51 seconds. Speak up now or forever hold your peace. There's the voltage regulation. Is that it? No, that was not what I was after at all. I wanted the volt power interlink. Ah, volt power. And we'll go up here. Upstairs by the emergency reset. 10, 9. Well, I was gonna say where.
Authentication required. Scan in using the hand scanners at each control station.
See, this one they're right to give you all of the things for. It gives you 3 fucking minutes to hit these 6, 7 objectives. 6 actually. See, that one's piss easy. It even tells you where they all are.
Step 4. Now printing reactor reset codes. Enter the codes into the reactor keypads.
And I've got 3 fucking minutes to do that. Where do I input the codes? Okay, there it is. Let me just do some fucking Radix and also Radaway and also even more Radaway. Notes. Hell yeah, I'm gonna take that. Or is it in Holo? It's probably in Holo, isn't it? Yes, yes. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling down. Or is it in MISC? It is indeed in MISC. Now, we want the reactor things, don't we? Where are they at? I really hope I can do this quick enough. Are you fucking kidding me? They're not there? Are they in... Oh, there they are. So I want a reactor reset codes 28755. 8755. Thank you. And this one is 36618. 36618.
Step 5. Reactor catalyst supply depleted. Insert fresh catalyst canisters into the designated receptacles.
Now this turns into a fetch quest. Now I have to run around searching high and low for these elusive things. Which would be a huge pain in the ass, mind you, if we had ghouls and Mirelurks spawning fucking everywhere.
Step 6. Press the emergency restart button.
Ah, yes. Are we finally done?
Emergency restart complete. Reactor system nominal.
Smegma.
Power tube. The pump control
This is what this is equivalent to.
power transfer confirmed.
It's just equivalent to smegma. Oh no, monsters are gonna spawn.
Please stand by.
Fuck you, feral ghoul.
Operation complete. You may now access the utility wing and the agriculture wing.
Let me in! Let me in! Repairing pipes is for chumps. I'm not doing that shit. Why would plastic containers of that weight make such a splash? Excuse me.
Warning. Flood control pump Gamma has failed.
Where are all the crabs? You know what? I don't give a shit. No crabs means no schmabs. Can I just hit this button and we'll be good?
Warning. Flood control pump Beta has failed. All flood control pumps have failed. Enter the pump restart code.
I think I'm nearly there. Ah! Too many. Too many. You decided not to rock up, not to do anything. Crab died of a heart attack. Ugh! Ah, okay. So this is what I took a photo for earlier. And I don't think you can sneak whilst inputting these, so hopefully. Let me just access this. So this is Gamma 432394. There we go.
Restart successful.
What's the bet I just get fucking killed by the plant monster at the end? I bet that's what happens. It just fucking one-shots me, because it's a prick. And this is... Hang on, what's this? This is Delta. So that is... Oi! Don't auto-lock on me, phone! Wrong one. 747305. The thing only opens if you're near it. We'll see about that. Do I have a mimic beacon? Do you reckon explosive bait would trigger that thing? I'll drop a mine under it, see if that works. Mines aren't actually NPCs, but whatever. This one is beta, so 689007. Go away, crabs. You don't have to be around here. The last one is Alpha, which is 993027.
All flood control pumps are now operational.
I don't want to stand under it in case it hucks a loogie at me. Oh, I can just damage it by shooting it like that. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, stim pack time. First stim pack goes in right away. Hey, you opened that shit up. Oh, I'm over cucumbered. Who even cares? Open up, you fucking wank.
Flood control pumps have exceeded maximum operational capacity.
You have to repair the pipes before it opens? You reckon? Yeah, okay. I'll buy it. Hell yeah, loose screws. It goes into combat music even though I'm still hidden. My god, there's rocking up's like, huh? I'm on call for this shit. Why can't there be anything here? Maybe I should have gone and repaired shit from back there. Do you reckon I could find a glitch spot where it can't get me? I might be able to, you know. A seed bank. Oh, is that what they're calling it now? Usually there's a big Mirelurk queen in this room. Where's the queen? Do I have to annoy her to make her show up? Oh, it's dead. I must have died of boredom. It's like looking at the watch thinking, when the hell is that person gonna show up? Alright. That evil plant monster can't get me. Can't get me if I'm back here. I'm not a plumber, I'm a bloody roofer. It still comes under plumbing, but we don't usually deal with pipes all that much. I'll sheet your house, but I won't touch your pipes. How's everyone doing? I'm just sitting here kinda grinding my teeth to dust in frustration. I don't think this raid is very good. It's better with friends, but it ain't no Digistruct peak, that's for sure. Alright, that's gotta be everything, right? Nope, one more. The remaining pipes will be hunted down and defeated. The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. But I assure you, my resolve has never been stronger. The Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire for a safe and secure society. Defeat the Strangleheart. Well, you're alright. We got killed Strangleheart. Also, it gave me a big sting in the music, implying there was some scary monster around, but... Oh, it opened up all the things. The plants can't get me back here. They can't find me. I've successfully defeated them. So this is how Liberty dies. With thunderous applause. Die, fucking Mirelurks. I'm really glad I don't have this louder than anything, because I can tell how fucking loud that thing is. Ah, here they come! Shit! Oh my god, look at them all. Activate stealth commando mode. No, no, no! Stay away from me. Oh, okay, he is. Good man. No! I fucking hate being over cucumbered. No! That's bullshit! You can't spawn there. Fuck, I'm backed into a corner now. Oh, I can run. Okay. Escape artist, please. Don't you dare spot me. Are you fucking kidding me? You hucking loogies around the corner? Alright, am I done? Can we call it a day now? Oh! No! No, I can't swim. That breaks me out of sneaking. Shit. Haha! Haha! They will never defeat me now. Oh, they won't stop spawning past this point. No matter. Oh, I can't shoot it unless it's up. Well, I've found the panic room. That's the major good thing about this. So basically, you guys are adrenaline fodder. This is a big fucking streak. Open. There it is. Oh. We've got it on ice now, boys. Open. Can't VATS it, can I? That sucks. Stay on target. It's too close. Stay on target. Loosen up. Stay on target. How poorly does it communicate that he fucking throws a glob of acid when he opens up? So basically this... Wow, have I found the glitch spot? No, no, no! No! Oh my god, no! Fuck! No! Oh my god, all of that fucking bullshit! Ah, he wasn't getting me before. Fuck! Fucking sucks. He didn't get me before. That's so fucking bullshit. I'm gonna rage quit. Rage quit. If I crash after I get out of this power armor, I'm quitting. Gotta run life-saving alone. Fuck that. Life-saving is for chumps. That's such shit. Can't believe this game. Now I have to fucking kill fucking Scorch Beasts and harvest their hearts so I can eat them. I will devour their flesh. Alright, how you get? Did I crash? Oh, I've still got controls. You know what? I'm gonna play some fucking Fallout New Vegas after we're done here. I'm gonna pull all the mods out of it though. We can have that vanilla experience. I'm pretty sure I just did a fucking disease cure game. There we go. We got too greedy at the end. All of that work, and for what? Ah, I'm not getting my fucking bonuses out of this, Bethesda. Wait. Quit your jibber jabber. Stop hiding. Wait, hang on. Okay. Head, please. Come here, you little pussy. Yeah. Now I gotta walk like a fucking marathon to actually go and get it. But that's okay, we've got some other monsters here to harvest flesh. Apparently not the fucking bears though, they're stingy. And I only used one stim pack. I guess you could say that I used two, but it was fucking way too late. No, I'm not gonna switch to power armor. I'll lose all my sneak bonuses. You get a guaranteed 3-star legendary. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's okay. Also, there's anti-no clipping things. There's a 3-star, so you don't have to run through a fucking hour of doing a vault to get that. It's a fucking 1-star though. So, fuck you, Bethesda, and your shit labeling. Actually, I might just harvest their flesh so I can eat that if I get too over it. Go away. Fuck off. All of you. Hang on, I need to scrap some of this stuff. We were so close, but then the poison damage started coming in and it was too late. You have to fucking go through that animation for stim packing. Couldn't get that healing off. Do you play without armor? Are you kidding? That's really weird. You play as a nudist. Guess what? Your skin can't get broken. I probably earned a lot more killing that Scorched Beast than I ever did through that stupid Vault Raid. You know, the hazmat suit should give you defense against poison as well. You know, these hamburgers are quite similar to the ones I have in Krusty Burger. Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions. Oh, ye gods, my roast is ruined. With what I was to purchase fast food. Disguise it as my own cooking. Delightfully devilish Seymour. Confused growl. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm feeling right now. Go away. Just fuck off. Stop getting staggered, Winter. Just walk it off. Walk that broken arm off. Man, all of this eating is making me hungry. Like IRL hungry. That's what I need. I need to feed. Ample amounts of ultrasight ammo. You know how hard it is to farm in this game? You know how hard it is to farm ammo? Not very. It's really not that... It's not rocket science. You just need to know where to find it. Delightfully devilish Seymour. Seymour. You notice how I didn't even use the Tesla rifle and everything went so much better? All I need is a vampire's fire rate thing. I've got a medic's fire rate, but I can't use VATS all the time. I've actually must have shot like 1,000 rounds out of this because I have a lot less than what I thought I had. Superintendent, I was just stretching my calves on the windowsill. Oh, no, it's not smoke, it's steam. At least this time we won't finish it in an hour. I actually kind of know what I'm doing now. I'm going to try to solo it first, and then I'm going to say, fuck it. How do I like the new handmade skins? Notice how I don't have the skins on my handmade. I have no opinion on them because I haven't actually used them. I don't care about the welcome letter. I care about the fucking dumb raid. It's not a Digistruct peak run. That's what I wanted it to be, but it's not. Could you imagine though? It starts outside. It starts outside of Moody's Plaza. You kill everything in there, and then you go inside, and then you kill all the super mutants in there, and then it goes over to ghouls, and then Swan, and then Train Yard Smash with random spawns. Delightfully devilish Seymour. You know what I'm eating? I'm eating spag bowl for lunch, and I'm going to modify it. I'm going to put shitloads of tasty cheese to make it all some sort of yummy thing. Because I don't like the smell of parmesan cheese. I think it smells pretty fucking rank. Got it. I harvested his guts. Now we wait. In this bad fucking texture land of Fallout 76. People were going on about how Bethesda should live stream them playing the raids, but I don't think we've seen any of that. They obviously made it hard, and they could just get themselves whatever gear they want. So there's no reason for them not to get like B25 or B5025 fucking handmaids and just smash through it. I don't think I actually activated it this time. No, I didn't. It's like a tiny bit quicker. They could beat Novus, I'm sure. Well, as long as... But could they do it alone? Could they do it alone? I ask you, please just do it. He's able to ride Scorch Beast in his game with 50 cal machine guns mounted to the sides. I bet he would too. Delightfully devilish Todd. Howard. Remember me, ghoulies? We didn't actually wake them all up. Well, you know what? Fuck you. You can be stuck in the grieving process forever. Everyone I know is dead. So basically, it's the I have the biggest problem with the reactor bit. That's shit. That's like easily the worst part of all of this. That stupid reactor section. Fuck up, my alert queen. Don't you fucking dare chuck your fucking salty acidic loogies at me. Also, did the vine plant eat all of the vault suits? That's why only the skeletons have the vault suit. I'm still sneaking whilst being underwater. Not now. Don't you fucking dare. How cool would it be if you could just do the whole thing underwater? Just start swimming.
Operation complete. You may now access the residential wing.
Fuck off. I'm not in the mood for this fucking shit.
Warning. Flood control pump Alpha has failed. Flood control pump Delta has failed. Pump restart codes will be required in order to activate the flood control procedure.
He just got force pushed by Yoda. Not if anything to say about it. I have. Some noise he makes. So brick wall number 1 was this stupid fucking section right here. But what if I was to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Oh, delightfully devilish, Seymour. Do you like those meat hacks? Wall hacks? Milex? You like that? It's an infinite adhesive farm. The needles in the haystack is shit. I'm glad we didn't have to find those keys. I thought they were already locked into the machines. And they were. Stupid fucking crabs. All day, all night crabbies. There's not even a cooking station here, so you can't fill up your bloody... your food halfway through it. Albino Mirelurk hunters. Albino. The council. Yeah, it's probably just quicker to run straight to the council room. Lockpick the crap out of that. I might actually do it, because I can't be fucked finding the keys, man. Charlie Bronson. I have to alt-tab and do that manually, though. That's why there's not there. Plus, it doesn't drag on for ages. You can still play it whilst the thing's going. Charles Bronson is there for a reason. Because you have to sit there and listen to them prattle on, whilst you could be out doing something useful. It's not really the case when it comes to this vault. You can still do useful stuff. Tapping that mouse on the mouse pad to show frustration at this shitty fucking minigame. Charles Bronson build. Imagine doing a roleplay build in Fallout 76. You just call people cunt all the time. Yum, 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 yeah. Put that there. Good. Put that thing back where it came from. Or so help me. So help me. So help me. There's like 2 Mirelurks left of the entire pod. Not quite. There we go. Gotta be finished now. Not quite.
Auxiliary flood control pumps have exceeded maximum operational capacity.
So it wasn't where it was last time, but we did grab the workstation key, which means we'll probably have to go there. I think it's up this end. Oh my god, I'm actually learning the map. Fucking bastard. He got away. He got away. Good thing, too. I was about to fire you. Chopper Reed. He was a scary person. I don't think people see him as a hero like they did see Ned Kelly as one. Did they put it in the strollers? They didn't put it in the strollers. You could possibly move that pram over the thing, and you'd never know. Also, apparently some of these things are just fluxed, whereas this one, which should be, where's that Astagon? That's not fluxed at all. I don't think it's in here, to be honest. Cards in the workroom. Alright, we'll have a look at... have a secondary look in there. I don't see nothing. No, don't get in the fucking... oh, good. I'm gonna fucking die, because I pressed the wrong fucking button. Surprised I didn't get fucking killed there. Yeah, wait, what are you looking at? Close the door. Not on the shelf. It's on the windowsill. Ah, yes. Good, good, good. Good. Good, Anakin, good. So we kind of smashed that one out, didn't we? Oh, that worked a bit better this time. Wasn't running around in circles for ages figuring out up from down. All I have to do now is figure out how to get to this stupid point. That's not the way at all. Alright, let me just get out my phone again. And then... take a photo of that. Can't believe how stupid that is. To fucking... what, you're not gonna let me print off the codes?
Sealing secondary bulkhead
Alright, I've got the codes.
Acquisition of flood control pump restart codes. Confirmed.
Yeah, everything in the raid respawns. Like you could farm infinite things from it. You could just sit there farming adhesive if you want from that plant. You just rip the guts out of it every single time. That actually might be a good thing because you can just fast travel right out and go right back in again. And then get banned for exploiting game mechanics. But you get banned and you don't have to play this game ever again. So does it want me to repair the pipes, does it? So I can't just half-ass this then? Everything's so nice and quiet. Oh yeah, then it starts draining. Have I seen the film The Proposition? Nope.
Now draining. Engineering. Stand by.
I'm gonna get it this time. I'm hungry though, so I'm just gonna sit in this corner and I grab me food. I'm gonna eat for a bit.
Operation complete. You may now access the engineering wing.
Ah, yes. Not dead yet. Now I just gotta let all of that cheese melt into it. I put a lot of fucking cheese in, by the way. My guts are gonna have more cholesterol than a fat ass American by the end of this. Get to the engineering wing. Is this the way to the engineering wing? It is probably not the way. The game's not gonna tell me, is it? I have to figure this out all by myself. What to say over there? Cafeteria. That's not engineering. That's a cafeteria. Found that legendary too. Let's kill him and take him out. A power fist that's angry towards robots. It's robo-racist. That's atrium. That doesn't contain engineering. This is door to fucking nowhere, I guess. That's maintenance again. That's where I came from. Ah, lobster! Don't you dare attack me, you bastard. Perhaps it's up this end of the joint, eh? As I get stuck between a fucking lamp and a fence.
Floodwater detected in the ventilation system. Life support systems may be compromised.
This is workroom. I don't want that. Maybe this is the way to go. Yes! For a quick breather, I must go. Infinite disease cures. I don't remember giving Winter a Grognat costume.
Warning. Warning. Power failure in the pump control room. Additional power supply required. Initiate an emergency restart of the
This is a really cursed room and I hate it. Can I just hit the restart button over and over? I don't think it's gonna allow me to do that. Unfortunately. Yeah, I do all the main missions because that allows me to access things.
initiating emergency restart procedure.
I can access the Enclave base that I barely go into anymore anyway.
Failure to complete the required actions within the operational
Do you reckon it'll be the same numbers?
restart procedure. Step 1. Restart reactor subsystems in the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station terminal.
The catalysts are in by the looks. What will it have us do then? I wonder. I've already failed this already. Come on, come on. My god, if I get killed from this shit, I'm going to be pissed off. West generator, secondary reactor. Fuck off. Let me just fucking... See? If I had have gone and did anything more, I would have been detected and fucking killed. Like I am going to get now. Why are there cop zombies down here? That makes no sense. Okay, it looks like I don't have to do the circuit breaker thing this time. Fucking camera, you cunt of a thing. There we go. Okay, we're in hidden that entire time, but still. They still know where I am. They know. Fuck. I'm gonna sit here and stir my lunch whilst we wait for that thing to go out again. How does this plant even live? How can it get that photosynthesis energy if it's down in a vault? Alright, 15 seconds to go. A good spag bowl. It's a spaghetti. Right, there's still a bunch of monsters around here. Fuck off. This vault was designed to fucking fail, and they all know it. All you evil people at Vault-Tec, you knew this stuff was gonna happen. Sometimes it just kicks up the combat music for no fucking reason. These mobs are bugged, man. Maybe it's a fungus. It looks more like a plant flower to me. Not a mushroom.
Initiating emergency restart procedure.
Right then. So, first of all, West
Step 1.
generator room. Which is...
Start reactor
that's east.
in the order indicated on the reactor monitoring station terminal.
That twitch aim though.
Repairs acknowledged. Start the reactor.
Flush the secondary generator. Ow, my knee. I feel like there's too much RNG involved with this. Voltage regulation system. Other end, I think. Voltage regulation, and then automated pressurization. Jesus, you'd have to put the key card in it as well. And then it is time for East generator room and then condenser system. Hang on, I think East is down here, yes? Yep. Oh wait, there's a catalyst thing right there. Maybe I will have to find the catalyst tubes. So the last thing I need to do is condenser system. Is this it? No, that's the west generator. Does anyone remember where the condenser was? I keep forgetting.
Step 2. Open the reactor fluid intake and outflow valves.
It's so weird how it doesn't give you the objective markers all the time, but it gives you, if you're doing this objective, it'll just say, yep, here you go. I don't need to repair the pipes anymore, do I? Nope. That's gotta be the last one.
Step 3. Power surge detected. Replace the damaged mainframe cores.
Are you fucking kidding me? What am I supposed to do about this? Shit. I ain't seen no mainframe cores around here. Can I... Hang on. It'd be under mainframe, wouldn't it? Or I could just repair them, right? Yeah, okay. I can repair them. This is cutting into my goddamn fucking radium rifle creating fund, so this better be fucking worth it.
Electrical short detected in the seed bank chamber. Rerouting power.
That wasn't terribly bad.
Use the reactor control cards to authorize the emergency restart procedure.
I'm pretty sure I picked up the reactor control card, yes? Sure did. This is the worst part about this raid.
Set the following circuit breakers to the up position.
Oh god.
21,
21, 35,
17,
17,
40.
and 40.
All other breakers must be set to the down position.
Can somebody write that down? Please. $21, $35, $17, $40. So there's 40. Flick that one up. 35 should be right in front of me. Or is it over here? It's over here. And then just 21 and 17. Ah. Well done, Piranha. I appreciate that.
Step 6.
Press the button.
Press the emergency restart button. Emergency restart complete. Reactor system nominal. Routing power to the pump control station. Power transfer confirmed.
Phoenix, Arizona. How far off Vegas is that?
Now draining the agriculture rig. Please stand by.
He is using speed hacks for one. What, me? Maybe. Maybe.
Operation complete. You may now access
Imagine if I get just like the worst legendary ever. I do all of this crap, go through all of this bullshit to get just a shit legendary. Hang on, is there a... There's a 2-star. Fucking Jesus. That's not a guaranteed 2-star. That's a potential 2-star, I say. This time we'll actually bother to do stuff, like fix some of these pipes before we reach the fucking monster at the end, so we don't have to backtrack. That's where I came from. Speaking of backtracking, you know what I feel like doing right now? I feel like playing some PS2 games. Can't really stream them, but still.
Structural integrity
Unless I throw it on the emulator.
100%. Engaging automated structural stabilizers.
Failed. Ooh, handcuffs. Kinky. Speaking of shit that I should get sorted out, I need to do some right away.
Gamma has failed.
See, that one's raw violet flux. Ow, there's a piranha in the water, it bit me. Radix diluted. It's only shaved like 3 rads off a second. So the queen actually shows up this time, as well as that crab dude, but he dies. If you die, you die. Everyone's an amateur in Fallout 76.
Flood control pump beta has failed. All flood control pumps have failed.
It's only 3 raids for the vault.
Restart code. Restart pumps.
What in the name of Vault 22 happened here? Good lord, what is happening in there? Good lord, what is happening in there? Okay, go back. Go back. So which one is this? This is Alpha 412881.
Restart successful.
Next one will probably be Beta. Hey! Nothing can get you here. Not the ghouls. I guess the lobsters could, but you just prioritize the lobsters, you'll be fine. $764. Ew, 76. 562. 62. Good lord, what is happening in there? Run, run. Oh, okay, don't run. Fine. There we go. This is Delta 329212. 39. Yep, first try. Got it first try. All these fucking fools just floating around. Please target the one that's closest to you. Good lord, what is happening in there? So far I have used 0 stim packs, but I have used some healing items, so that really doesn't matter. 562017.
Auxiliary threat control prompts are no longer responding.
Nom nom. Good lunch, good lunch.
All flood control pumps are now operational.
The thing opened up.
Now draining. The pump control station.
I really hope I can just cheese this, by the way. No, I can't. That would be too good to be true. I can't close the door. What if I was to... Oh, delightfully devilish Seymour. No, it's not a Palmer, unfortunately. It's bloodied, and it's got more crit damage. That's what my handmade has. Oh, steam clams. Oh, they can open it! The ghouls can open the fucking door. Glowing pustules? I'm not doing that shit. Ah! Zombies! Crab zombies! Incapable of independent thought, spitting acid and poison at me. And all other manners of nonsense. Actually, I've got a plan here. Do you suppose I could... No, not close enough to the glass. See, for a stealth commander, it's really quite simple. You just sit up here, and they can't attack you. You just have to bait the monster to get open. What if I was to stand just here? Oh. No, I can't fit on that pipe. Okay, adrenaline damage gathered. We must pull the bait. He tried. Come on, what does it take to get you to open? Wait. Now, hypothetically, say the Tesla rifle arcs, right? No, this is backfired quite significantly. Ah, no. Okay. Fucking tanky pricks. Okay. Where am I from? I'm from Australia. This is... Okay, that's an opening. I can use. Get back. So I got time for one good mag dump before it closes again. Okay, my strategy is to sit behind those cabinets, those desk cabinets. I think that's when it can't get me. Oi! Dog. Big brain strategy right here.
Attempting automated purge of flood control pump intakes. Failed.
Come on, do stuff. Open up, FBI! Why not chug right away and Stimpaks when you're in front of it? Because that would be stupid. They're of a limited resource, see? Here come the boys. That would be silly. I mean, if you're running a build which can carry a bunch of medicinal supplies, but it'll out DPS any healing you can do, unless you're like constantly spamming Stimpaks. FBI, open up in there! The second phase is when it grows legs and starts hitting you. It is a bullet sponge. Yeah, 90 rads a second. That's super fucked. Open up in there. See? You just need to bait it out and just fucking hammer it with some sneak crit. No, you can't actually get it with sneak attack criticals. But if I could. Okay, apparently things have decided not to attack me anymore, so that's pretty good, I guess. I'm pretty sure you just unlock the plans, unlock the level 50 fixer when you're level 50. Open up in there! Why does the giant vagina plant not open? How many crabs are just dogpiling? They're just sitting there like a bunch of idiots. Oh, that was just holding back the floodgates apparently. There was so many crabs sitting there on the bridge doing fuck all that every NPC was body blocked. Okay. Right, surely that's gonna get you mad. Yeah. I can never hit it for more than 202 damage, it would seem. How much damage is this thing doing? Huh, it's for true base damage. Interesting. Which means it's got no resistance at all. Which would make sense, because it's just a stupid fucking plant. Last time I checked, plants aren't bulletproof. So they don't use fucking sunflowers as high-grade military armor. FBI, open up in there. Can a guy get some privacy? Shit. Oh, this is wasted. It's wasted. No! Out of my face. Oh god, here come the ghouls. I can hear them. They're all shambling outside. He figured out the door controls too late.
Water samples test positive for biological contaminants.
Oh, really? Don't forget it does its last... It does its second wind thing. It does one more vomit of acid and rads before it's actually dead. So don't go celebrating too quick by standing under the fucking thing. I am defeated. Those plants can't get me here. We're playing a first-person shooter. I'm just gonna sit here until it tells me to go forward. I'm gonna wait. I'm not getting killed by the fucking post-mortem attack of that stupid fucking plant monster. Where are these fucking meat piles? Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Also, don't forget a bunch of ghouls will attack you after. My god, really? Dodged you, mate. I fucking knew that was gonna happen. As soon as I get on the terminal, it'd start charging at me. Imagine if there was a non-ending swarm coming from that room. They would do that too. What's this? Emergency flood procedure.
Initiating emergency flood
Okay, just need to find it.
52. Rerouting all available power to flood control pumps. Engaging pumps.
Why am I getting so much fucking rads? Well, I did it solo. And I don't want to do it again. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you in hell. There's fusion cores in here as well. All of the water seems to be going away, kinda, but not really. I don't know what all of this is for. There's the rads. Healthy green glow. Healthy and green. I'm gonna sell a bunch of my stim packs. You pulled 2,000 caps out of the raid today. I've got 0 caps. Like a handful, I guess. From all of the Mirelurks that drop like 2 or 3. Can't be. Well, there you have it. I just did the raid solo, and I've made up my mind I'm not going to be doing this any videos because I don't like it. People said, yeah, that'd be fun to watch. Well, guess what? It's not fun to play. Between all of the performance issues and just the lame gameplay stuff. Launching a nuke. If that goes down to the SBQ, I'll do that. Looks like it's going down to the SBQ then. Prepare to watch me fucking die.
Had a hard day of killing and looting. Don't want to haul it back yourself? Sell it here.
Hell yeah, that's a lot of caps. Good caps. Honest living. It's not much, but it's something. That's expensive. I might just pop down here. It seems to be... Oh my god, they're gonna start shooting at my fucking camp, aren't they? Go away! Stop this. There we go. Free ride, free ride, free ride. We made too many caps. Hey. I'm getting 1k damage on the bastard. I'm gonna tear him a new asshole. Why would you break my VATS lock on, you fucking... You ingrate. Stop jumping in my way, you fucking tard. Look at all this VATS shots I'm doing. I ain't losing AP. I'm just gonna keep critting this bastard all bloody day. You watch me. I'm gonna sneak. Oh, I was sneaking. Who's shooting at me? Stop it. Okay, my AP bar seems to be going down now. Or is it? Look how much XP I'm getting. That's so much compared to what I was getting before. Oh, it's working properly now. For once, when we're getting benefits out of bugs from this game, that's when they decide to cut it off. Oh shit, there's a big monster. What are we gonna do? We'll target the Mirelurk baby. Yeah, sure. I'm hitting him for easily over 1k per bullet. It's saying 88, but it actually means 88,000. We all know that the Scorch Beast Queen has like 1 billion health, so I'm helping. Fuck off. Go away. You too. This ain't even primed. Play Fallout 3, 76 is gay. Hey bro, that's homophobic. We're gonna have to throw you in jail for that, mate. Don't worry, we're not living in Britain, so you're fine, but yeah, you gotta be careful. A lot of people get angry if you say anything bad about a certain lifestyle. This is the internet, but I might... Actually, I've got Fallout 3 installed, I think. Somewhere? I just saw a sneak attack critical. I made it happen somehow. It was on that Mirelurk, wasn't it? Fuck you, Mirelurk Queen. That dab. Get out of my fucking face. What is it with these people and not being able to respect personal space? Ow, I'm on fire. Who's shooting me? See, that queen dropped right away. Political correctness is going to be the death of everything. See, everything has the right to be mocked and made fun of, especially hard cunts, or people who think they're hard cunts for playing Fallout 76 PvP. Those people are most deserving of being mocked relentlessly. This is a very interesting game, full of very interesting gameplay, full of holding down the spacebar and also mouse button 1, whilst your AP doesn't go away with shooting the Scorch Beast. Also, we're doing fuck all damage. We probably weren't even shooting him that whole time. Congratulations, you're all stupid fucking idiots who are now famous. My god, it's only a 1-star thing as well. I got fucked over there. The game only thinks I'm worth a shitty 1-star drop. He runs his 50 cal with Marshmallow. Marshmallow? As in, like, the rapper? No, he puts music together. Other people just rap over his tracks like Khalid. No, PvP is dumb. Don't like it. Unless there's no legendaries involved, then it's a little bit better. Trouble is, you'll never have balanced PvP in this game. Never! Allow me to introduce you to a video that I saw once of some guy soloing the Scorch Beast Queen with nothing more than a combat rifle. With just a non-legendary combat rifle. Not even reflex sights, not a prime receiver. Not even fully fucking Spectre Commando, and he fucking dropped it that quick. Cranberries. Zombie. Zombie. What's in your head? Yeah. Hey, if you're all for the challenge, then you're good. Just don't be a prick to other players who say, you know what, I don't really like PvP, because there's too many of those cunts running around. I can tell from the way that you conduct yourself that you are not one of these individuals. Also, look at that quality. I'm playing this on fucking 2004 graphics cards right here. Not possible, you need to see the link. Well, believe you me, I know what I saw. Hang on, I'll see if I can't find it. I didn't even realize. Someone posted in my Discord. Oh, sorry, that was way too close to the mic. Yeah, someone posted on my Discord. And now, Firefox isn't working. Firefox is fucking worthless. I think it was in promotions. Here it is. I have found it. Now it's up to this thing whether it wants to load in or not. Do you reckon I've got Chrome on this? Nope. I don't have Google Chrome. Good, and I've got some self-respect. We're going to go one step better than that. We're going to go... what's it called? Internet Explorer. Is that what it's called? Yes, I still have Internet Explorer. Perfect. Why does it open up MSN? That's useless. I can't remember the last time I fucking used this. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. Hopefully this guy doesn't fucking have a go at me for playing it during the stream. Where's IE? Explore. Okay. Can you see that? I don't think you can see that. No! You can't see that. I hit that F5 button. No, that's pretty fucking worthless, to be honest. I'm gonna wait a bit. Alright. Google Chrome is fucking worthless. At least the stream health is in green. What if I fuck that off? Is that gonna be fine now? I'll just restart. Alright. Try this one out for size OBS. Okay, we can all see that now. Watch this. I don't know how he does it, but he manages to do it. Just wait till it gets in range. Decent behavior out of it. Check that. He's fought 2 Scorch Beast Queens at once. A couple of things of note too. He's not using a reflex sight, he's not using a prime receiver, not using an optimized build, not using sneak attack criticals to 3.7 times damage. Also, this might be recorded before they patch the you have to be under. No, maybe I'm wrong. Like, how does this even happen? I don't get it. It's supposed to have thousands of R's, chems. There's chems involved. Of course. If only we could see the damage numbers. I reckon it might be bobblehead stacking. It's gotta be. He might show us the gun later on, though. When he shoots the other mobs, take note of how many shots it does take to kill them, because we're all familiar with the power of the... Okay, that was only 489 XP. Ah! 124! Can't be bobblehead stacking. Unless it doesn't show up. Hang on, rewind that a bit. Okay, he is one-shotting everything, though. Ah, not the fog crawler, though. Or the death claw. Also, I just need to respond to a comment.
Has commandeered this supply station. Run out of supply. You might as well mark yourself A. Watoga is a no man's land, literally.
Incompetent spells it wrong. Fuck you, Ronald Payton, you piece of shit. Put you in your fucking place, cunt. Still can't believe they haven't patched the fucking meat hook yet. So I don't know what the hell that was all about, but if he can kill him with just a regular old fucking combat rifle, it should be no struggle for a dude like this. What's this? Oh, nice. Oh! Wrong drop. Ah, of course it's a fucking 1-star. Of course. Have I soloed it yet? No, if I tried to solo it, some fucker would show up and just ruin everything, so no I haven't. I'll do it when private servers come around, and if we get access to mods at the same time, I can just mod in my gear, make every single thing perfect, so I can get a speed kill going. Great frames out here, by the way. Clocking a hot 60. Does the Queen take explosive damage? Yes. I'm pretty sure data miners have debunked that the Queen is different strength depending on how many players show up. Because if that was true, what would happen is people would just wait and let the one guy take it on and activate it, and then I think it's just lag, honestly. All of the lag caused by all of the other players in close proximity throwing all of these projectiles everywhere. The server can't possibly keep up with it. That's the problem. So I'll actually attempt that shit when it comes to actual actual fucking private servers show up. I'll turn this. I might get a bloodied fire rate. Yeah, bloodied fire rate. What do I do with the OP legendaries you showcase in my videos? Nothing really. Unless it's really good, I keep it, but I say, if you want this, hit me up, but no one seems to want them, so I ended up shoving most of them in the script bin, because I can't keep carrying them around. This fucking chainsaw. This thing's fucking worthless. Also, chainsaws are a lot louder than this game. I'm gonna chop some fucker up with it, you'll see. Gotta find someone first. If you have a server full of people who actually know what they're doing, running good builds and everything, you can easily take out the queen in less than 10 seconds. Tier did a video on that. A couple of dudes on Xbox doing just that. A lot of them, however, were using meat hooks though, which sort of invalidates it. Although one of the people I saw was using, I think it was Unstoppable Monster, so yeah, good on him for that. Pretty sure everyone who knows what they're doing would have picked up that weapon by now. What are they shooting at? Prepare to die, robot. Sir, no sir. You do not look like you've got time for idle chit-chat. I got 14,000 damage this one time from whacking a ghoul with a sneak critical with a bloodied swing speed. What's it called? The pole hook? Yeah, the pole hook. You know what I've got to say about that? Goodbye. So, we did the raid. It was pretty Quite honestly, I can't see myself playing it much more than that. I don't have any particular desire to unlock the rewards from it, especially when the gameplay is terrible. Scope. Yeah, right. I'm gonna switch to modify, please. How dare you? Okay, I don't know what that was, but I thought I made the game crash by doing a thing. Oh well. Blight Soup and Mega Sloth increases crit damage. Maybe they stack, perhaps. Spear's pretty good. Okay, let's see what kind of genius is here. That guy just tanked a hit from it. Good luck for him. So basically, I'm just gonna sit here in the shadows and wait until I get the notification that it's up. And I'm not running in there and dying for no reason, so if this doesn't really go to plan, I would have invested nothing, so I don't give a fuck. It astounds me how much people don't know how this works still. Get in there, squids. There we go. My time to shine. Where's the robot? There it is. Found it. Alright, let me actually do something this time, please. Look at that. Yeah, he knows who the damage dealers are. He knows what's up. Don't kill the iBots, whatever you do. Because they just chain react and blow up everyone that you can see. Oh my god, my pet peeve in this event is when people fucking body block you and you can't get that VATS lock on anymore. That's the most annoying fucking thing that could possibly happen. Also, thanks for the 40 script, asshole.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you get improved repair kits from this now. No one do it, that why they don't know. It's not that hard, it fucking tells you. It's a lot more simple than doing the vault stuff. You gotta find a lot of that shit and do it for yourself. You gotta what? Introducing the Duper's Stash DLC. Don't mind if I do!
Be sure to stop up while you can.
Hi, easy. People are still picking around the ruins of that. Are you serious? How do you think this is going to go down, Mylek? Hmm? What's next on the great cryptid hunt of... Never mind, I don't give a shit. I'll go over here, see if I can't max out legendaries. Hello, Rainbow Sheep. Oh, I've even pulled a legendary. First thing I bloody kill.
What's that?
If I get a bloodied fire rate thing, what I'm going to do is probably gonna give the damage one, the crit damage one, to my support build, so she can have a real fucking powerful handmaid, and then the medic's handmaid for when she's not doing the, when she's doing the supports or whatever. Don't sell my marine armor. Watch me. Watch me, 'cause I will. Kick the minigun. That guy was talking about his favorite Egyptian god. Ra! The god of sun? The son of... He was the god of the sun. He was that furry god with, like, the bird head. And then there was another one called Jackal Head, I guess. I can't remember. He was like the boss of hell or something. And then there was dung beetles. They worshipped them because they were fucking idiots, I guess. And they had a god, I think. Iris. Yeah, that's one. Wait. Hang on, is Iris the name of an Egyptian god? Hang on, I'm going to look that up. And you're going to join me on this adventure. Let's look up Egyptian gods, because I want to laugh at their dumb religion. Okay. List of Egyptian gods. Holy shit, there's heaps of them. Oh, it's called Isis. Well, that didn't age very well, did it? Okay, we're back. So there's Ra. Jeb and Nut. What was he the god of? Nut is Jeb's wife. Wow. Talk about objectification of women. She's not the goddess of peanuts. Okay, that's not the conclusion I drew from this. Anubis, that's the one. Where's he? There he is. He's like the god of hell. No, god of funerals and the most important of gods because he helped prepare the soul for the afterlife and escorted the dead to the hall of judgment. Okay, cool. Babby, who's that? A baboon god. A god of wild baboons. Imagine that. Look at all these false gods. Who's Horus? Horus the hamster. He's the son of Isis and Osiris. When he grew to manhood, he grew a fursona head thing. Pharaoh of Egypt is a falcon. Is a man with a falcon's head. See, they're all furries. There's the Indian god. What's he called? Ganesh? There's one called Set. The god of desert storms and evil. Set was one mean dude. His color was red. Oh, so he's a communist as well. I have read enough. Why is it that Egyptians embrace communism? What's their deal? Also, where did I die? I think I died somewhere around here. Such puny hits! Ow! And pop his head off. Shoop! Gone. As good as gone. Been editing my dumbass for the last hour. What? Are you photoshopping my photos? You're editing my ass? NGL, that's kinda gay, bro. That's kinda cringe. Fallout 76 is boring. Let's go back. Let's go back and start learning shit. We can do a pop quiz. That's more interesting than watching me play Fallout 76 for sure. That's gotta be more interesting, right? Cause we've seen this like 50 billion times. I ain't saying anything worth meaning. Just want some motherfucking legendaries. A good what? This man is sexually harassing me. Sexual harassment. Iris is a Greek goddess. Okay. Back to the browser. Greek goddess list. What'd she do? There's Iris. So... No, we're not talking about eyeballs or the plants. Or the plant. No. Goddess. That's not how you spell goddess at all. Isis was originally... Fuck. Wait. No, this is Isis. We've gone back. Legate Lanius. Goddess of the rainbow and the messenger of the Olympian gods. She was often described as a handmaiden and a personal messenger of Hera. Iris was a goddess of sea and sky. What wasn't she? So she's a messenger. She's a courier. She's a personal messenger. So she's a courier and goddess of the sea and sky. And her father was Thaumas the Wondrous, and a marine god, and her mother Electra Amber called what the a cloud nymph. What were they on when they made this shit up? Hang on, I'm being shot at. Actually, no, someone's in here. What the fuck is that? Hang on, we'll go back. Who's there? Who disturbs the ultimate mega super mutant? You do. I'll have you know that I've killed basically everything in here. Your efforts are in vain. 17815917197. It was actually a lie. Imagine naming your daughter that name before that group became infamous. That's what happened. I remember reading about that, actually. They named their kid ISIS, and then all of this shit in the Middle East happened because the US couldn't fucking keep their sticky fingers out of someone's oil reserves and, you know, creating one fucking terrorist faction after another because of how they deal with everything. They made the Taliban, they made ISIS, I made Iris. I'm gonna trademark that name, and all of those stupid fake-ass Greek gods can pay me fucking royalties. You know why I'm so fucking salty and over this? Because I don't have Bundy. I'm tonguing for Bundy. Okay, it's 4:30, so I've still got time to go down to the bottle shop, but I won't be back for like an hour. So, I don't think I got time. Liberal propaganda. What do you mean liberal propaganda? It doesn't take a fucking genius to realize that the US meddling in the affairs of these third world countries is fucking ruining it. Can't leave him alone. I ain't about to preach about how furries should be recognized in the Constitution, though. I think furries are subhuman. Oh, there was a legendary right there. Oh, he's a goo pile. Mmm. Now this is pod racing. It's all England and France's fault from after World War One. It's all the big money corporations, all of those people. Because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It's these powerful people sending blokes out to die. What the fuck? Okay. I've never seen that before. Go on. You gotta pay 6 caps per screw. You're bloody out of your mind, you are. Oh, it's glitched and free. That means I ain't gonna grab it. What is this? Oh, it's a baseball outfit. I'm pilfering your water supplies and also lead, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Mutants, eh? Hey, quad lever gun with faster reload. Quad explosive. Vampire's Volva, also that for 10 grand. They're just sitting there reloading that thing all bloody day. I want it. There's already that. It's already out there, dude. It's already out there. There's already a Steamed Hams Inc. out there. Also, you probably should save it like every 10 minutes or something. There's a man commenting political stuff, but his profile picture is just abs. Okay. We get that you're strong, man. You're working hard for that peak physical performance. Did I even have a disease? Steamed Hams Green Day? I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, goodbye. Can't be fucked playing Fallout 76 anymore. Discord can also go away. I'm gonna boot up something just a little bit different. Oh, and then I get all these Discord notifications because I closed it on my computer. Nexus Mod Mangandiga. So apparently they had their own little god. They had their own god lore in Greek times, but they also did some really weird shit, like stick things in their bums, like things that shouldn't be in their bums. They just stuck them in there. He's slandering your country because of media bias. Okay. Yes, remove archive invalidation, please. Pull from the archives. Space Allens. Just entered and it's immediately Steamed Hams and politics. Oh, he's got it. No, the only thing that should be in a bum is obviously poo, but obviously on the way it goes out. Also, can you hear that? You can't hear that. That's okay. You will hear it in a second. I think. You can hear it, but it ain't showing up. Maybe it's because I did this. Okay, let's try that again. How about that? Does that work? You can hear some sort of launcher music. Okay. I'll play some New Vegas. New Vegas is so good. Uh-oh. It's crashed on me! My computer's locking up. Mayday! Mayday! That's okay. We've got Task Manager. We can have the narrator.
Fallout. Narrate. Task man. Apps. Process. Fallout and narrator dialogue. Exiting narrator.
We're moving back over to display capture, boys. What's the best effect combo that doesn't involve blade or explosive? Blade explosive. Yes. Who cares about lever guns? Who cares about Fallout 4? We're playing New Vegas now. Time to get... Oh, hang on. We want to start a new game. Back. New. Yes. Oh, no. We can't listen to that. If you don't buy it, I'm joining you to buy it. Well, too late. This is not any boring old playthrough. We're going to speed up the time. Okay. Everyone's just... let's go 0.2 speed, see what happens. No, maybe 0.5. No, 0.8.
You've been out cold a couple of days now. Why don't you just relax a sec? Get your bearings. Let's see what the damage is. How about your name?
He sounds so sinister.
Can you tell me your
Should play harassed. No. Yes, my name is... my name is...
Can't say it's what I'd have picked.
My name is 50 times the speed. Wrong button. 80 times the speed. Actually, it'll probably instantly crash it. Ah, everything. Okay, we could easily play this on one. Let's go 3 times the speed. Yeah, that's fine. Take a seat now. Whoa, this ain't a race. I'm done with Fallout 76. I'm. Oh. Oh, I can see me. Oh, look at those textures.
It ain't a race.
It is a race.
Looking good so far. Go ahead and give the vigor tester a try.
Oi, that's what I'm trying to do, asshole.
If you got back all your faculties.
Here's my faculties. I'm strong. I hate Rust so much. Dump stat. Perfect.
Huh. Must be some frontal lobe damage. Well, we know your vitals.
My monster arms.
Them bullets didn't leave you nuttered and a bighorn to drop it. What do you say you take a seat in my couch and we go through a couple of questions? See if your dogs are still barking.
Hey, Doc Mitchell.
All right, dog.
Cat. House, shelter, night, campfire. Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Mother.
Jeans. Strongly agree. Agree. Strongly agree. Agree. A chain. Something. A bearded man. Alright. The directive is being a huge asshole. Yeah, lockpick.
Before I turn you loose, I need one more thing from you. I got a form for you to fill out so I can get a sense of your medical history. Just a formality.
All of the toxic PvP players on Fallout 76 remind me of the Rust community and how fucking terrible they are.
Alright, I guess that about does it. Come with me, I'll see you out.
Nah, not happening, Doc.
Here, these are yours.
You shouldn't have gone through my stuff. Yeah. Prepare to die. Also, let me just remind you that this is a permadeath run. So as soon as we die, we're switching games. Next, we're going to play Fallout 4. You only live once. And that concludes this run. Thank you very much for watching. And there you go. We were doing a kill everything run, but I decided to start with myself, and that kind of ended the run, so we didn't do too well there. That's why I called him Ev. Yes, I forgot about that. That wasn't even planned. I was just like, you know what? I don't really want to do this, so I just killed myself, and that was it. Ingrate. That's why I spell ingrate. It's supposed to be in as in I-N-grate, not N-grate. Or am I wrong about that? I don't even know. I'm gonna play something even more scary. Even more terrifying. Even more spine-tingling. So the courier that cheated death accidentally shot himself with a grenade launcher a few times. Da da da. Every time we get some fucking idiot join the stream, I'm not calling you out, but time will tell if I'm right. But they'll announce themselves. They will truly announce themselves to be there. Can you hear it? Jump on the TFT bag. No. Okay, cool. Yeah, he is a dickhead. Alright, well, goodbye. Like, how hard is it not to be a fuckwit? This time we're playing loading screens. It made the holotape noise, and I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, last time I tried to boot up a new game, it didn't even work, so... Oh, that one. That's funny. If Noob has a character named Winter, what happened to her sisters, Autumn and Summer? I don't know. Do they even exist? What's left? Winter or Spring. Spring isn't a girl's name. I'm playing Loading Screen Simulator 2015. I think the game shut itself, actually. Yeah, it keeps making the holotape noise. Oh, okay. I know why. I've somehow bugged the game. No matter. Look at this, we can make the mouse go in all weird directions like it's a big rope. No, you're not being kicked, Dylan. You've been doing fine. No, we're talking about that Fortnite skin guy. See, it happens every so often that I'll get some dickhead just rock up. I think I was just running around with all of the angels before. I just deleted the fucking good save. No, I didn't. That's the save that I want it to be on. What's my oldest save? Quick Start. Actually, this is not mine, but still. GTA is the real loading screen simulator. Are they bringing out a new one? Because I thought they wouldn't stop because they just aggressively monetized all of the stuff in GTA Online. Also, you notice how there isn't any main menu music? It got really tiresome to listen to after booting up the game, like for the 5th time after doing some mod work, so I just disabled the music. Much better. There we go, we're level 1 and we're ready to die. This one is also going to be a you only live once run. This one's not a kill everything run, so we've made it a little bit easier for ourselves. I could, you could make Winter's sisters, you just make them all like twins, so they look exactly like her, but change the coloring. This is F2, long lost brother of the original F. That'll do.
Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing Vault-Tec.
Still milking it, cool. Kill every person that has the letter E in their names. We're gonna... Okay, let's see who's gonna be spared out of the angels. Matilda, not Winter. Not Bridget, not Rain. Ella, no, not Ella. Phoebe, no. Kira, yes. Carla, yes, she'll survive. Preston Garvey's got an E in his name, so I think our run would be over before it even begins. Alright, let's get started, shall we? Let's jump into things. And that concludes this run. Thank you very much for watching. Alright, that's 2 games we've gotten rid of at this point. Let's see what's on Steam. I could play Postal! I could play Postal 2! No, Fallout 4 isn't running anymore. I've only played 109 minutes of this. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I've got Borderlands 2. I've only played 12 hours of it. But I've got Thresher Thrashed, which is I've killed Terramorphous. No, I've already played that. I got that one. There's a future in the past. Does it actually tell you what achievements? Or they're all hidden? Oh wait, there you go. Overthrow the alien on legendary difficulty or legend difficulty. Well, you could probably just throw the last grenade on legend difficulty, couldn't you? Evacuate a soldier whose bleed out timer is still running. Beat the final mission using only conventional gear. Jesus fucking Christ. Someone's gonna have to get carried then. They all get carried. Beat the game on Commander plus difficulty in Iron Man mode. I think if you use console commands it disables all of these. Kill an alien ruler the first time you encounter it. Nah, that'd be fun. Hey, Gemini Games, what's happening? We're not up to a lot. I'm kind of just figuring out what to do. I kind of got sick of Fallout 76. I'm gonna boot it up. See if I can get a Nuclear Winter game running. Complete a skirmish mission. Oh wait, that's a. Never mind. How are we going? What's happening in this stream? Is it still going? Can we see Fallout 76? I could probably go back into game capture actually. Whoops. No, I'd like to go to Fallout 76 please. There we go. Well, they weren't really a flop. They were just kind of lame, you know. What's on the Atom store? Let me in. The only time where I actually want to go into the Atomic Shop is in the fucking loading screen. So this is the new paint that everyone likes, I think. Not quite the solid gold there. Would like it to be honest. I'm going to be very surprised if I can find a Nuclear Winter match. I still think some of the best post-launch thing they've added is Nuclear Winter. Have your fingers crossed PS5 will open the arms for a big cross-platform cuddle. We'll see. Hey, Jock. So usually you'd find it around the 1 minute mark, but I don't think it's around anymore. If I do happen to find a game, it'll be very, very little people, probably just send us all back to the main menu, so completely dead. They will not remaster Fallout 76 on the next one. No way, surely not. Also, wait, hang on, what's all this PS5 stuff? Has that been announced? Have I missed something? Nuclear Winter is dead! Harry Potter is dead! You can see the photo gallery. All these photos taken yonks and yonks ago. Look how many there are. Next gen PlayStation and guess Xbox are going to come out late 2021. Still ages away though. Where are we? Are we 2019? I'm pretty sure that's the current year, right? Don't mind me just hanging around. I'm kind of out of ideas on what to do. It's not usually up to user input to decide the direction of the stream, but I've got no clue. I did the raid and I fucked around with other things, and that's kind of it. Do some PvP, what in survival mode. Okay, we'll see. And see if there's anyone online. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve, I think. SNK is apparently making a new console. SNK? Do the all your base thing. In survival. Go bankrupt some people. Okay, well I've switched to the character where I kind of want it to be. I might use Becca as a PvP character, because I've got nothing else I could possibly do. Ooh, I'm 7th. Alright, that's the weapon I'm going to be using. This isn't going to go well at all. It's basically all about your gear. Nothing more, nothing less. What the fuck? Test his armor out, eh? Doing fuck all damage. Still get the stagger in there. I'm up to 4th already. I'll leave him behind, just so I can move. The key is stealth, boys. Yeah, pretty much. Now, the problem is, we won't be able to find them because they're not on the map anymore. Although, there are people over here, so I'm thinking we might be able to catch a few in this direction. Can I make the Thorn armor yet? Nah. And I don't really care to be honest. Gotta stand still. Also, all my graphic settings are on fuck all, so if they happen to try to limit my frame rate somehow. Stealth Boys, Collar Nut, and Quantums. Yeah, well, we'll see. We gotta be still, like the bush. Oh shit! A rat! Dodgy. Those perks are gimmicky. You don't want a perk build, do you? Fucking radworms. Or bone worms. Stim pack, please. I'm being staggered. Help me. See, the trick is to outlast. And also, the trick is to Stealth Boy. Two fucking damage. See, it's all gear. That's all it is. Gotcha. See? It's just gear. It's not that fucking hard. I was able to tank all of his strikes there because he decided that I'm gonna hit him with a semi-auto weapon instead of a fucking full auto. It also doesn't help that I've got fucking bone worms. So he should have used every single advantage he had, but he didn't. Because I had better gear. And that's all it fucking is. That's all it comes down to. So I'll take all of that shit. I'll take my leave of this place. And I am super not spec'd for PvP at all. I'm spec'd for PvE and I still fucking smoked that guy. Perks is just my strength build. Strength build tuned to... probably don't need... Actually, I'll keep Action Girl, because I don't have all that AP regen. Yeah, strength build tuned to using heavy guns outside of power armor. That's all it is. Full Sentinel too, of course. Because why would you ever not use that for PvP? Stand there and tank up to what? How much damage did you see me tank there? If you think for a second that there's a major skill differential involved with this shit, then you're fucking wrong. Well, it's all gear. And if you've got a bunch of teammates with you, obviously you're going to dogpile a person because they can't focus all their attacks. Especially since I was only hitting that guy for like 2 fucking hit points every shot. I think I've got ultra light. And the reason I was being staggered so much is because my limbs were shattering when he'd shoot me because I had bone worms. So they were just shattering as soon as he shot me. Anyways, so we gotta find Wyamute. We gotta take him down a peg. So if we pull him out with his camp. Also, I only got 12 caps for killing that guy. 12 caps for all of that ammo expended, all of those stim packs expended too. So, again, it's just another reason why it's fucking pointless. And you can tell it's an afterthought. Yeah, of course I was moving when the Deathclaw hit me, because why wouldn't you be moving away from it? Also, being in third person increases the severity of staggers by fucking heaps. Is that a Protectron or is that a person? Okay, apparently you just can't use that one. There we go. Lastly, I'm going to pick up the salt. I hear something. Oh, there's just super mutants. Those turrets will start attacking me in a second, won't they? Yep. That's a lot of generators. I like to play XCOM. XCOM's good. What else? Waste of caps. I won't even see that back even if I kill the bastard. Go Tinkerbell. Yeah, pretty much. Surprise, old mate hasn't shown up yet. Fucking shivering in here. It's cold. It's not for the faint of heart though. It's pretty hardcore. Oh, there was a bunch of missile turrets that I just snuck under, I guess. And that killed most of the ghouls. I guess you could just set up the missile turrets and just harvest that defend quest for ages. Okay, don't go out the front, basically. Almost there. This is my camp now. Will the turret still object to me? Oh, the beautiful crops. There's one design flaw. If you go to claim this place, you don't get very far. Hey, Madman Chris. Fallout combined with Dark Souls. So basically, he's has one person piece of armor. It's not Sentinel. Wait, me. No, I've got full Sentinel. This one increases action point refresh. That one's luck. This one's environmental crap. Endurance. Endurance again. Come on, I'm here. Do it. Not a terrible place to actually defend from. You've got turrets everywhere. One step ahead of you, turret. Might actually see. Might actually see the caps back if I manage to pull this off. I see you, mate. All the way down there. Little bastard. Now, I think under normal PC specs, I probably would have been able to see him from a lot further out. But since I was going for frame rates and I haven't tuned it back. Speaking of which. The Mad Ham. Hang on a second. I think Madman Chris loves his PvP. Photo settings. Go to display. Does look like it's made a difference. Definitely hasn't the frame rate. Let me guess, I get shot. Anybody know the market value of the Assassin Sentinel gear? A lot. Heaps. Probably. And just to check around. There's nothing here. There's no one here. No, I'm not missing a leg. One of them just has powered as its prefix. That's a person? What the fuck? That helmet. Liberator Mark 0. They've even got off the ground yet, and then we're slaughtering them. Yeah, how much plans do I have so far from the vault? Just one. I got it when I was doing the live stream with it the other day. It was just the one. I don't feel like grinding the vault raid over and over again to get the rest though. I'm pretty happy with the gear that I have at present. You can't just go around looking for trouble, can ya? You can't really find many players around at all. Alright, what do we have here? Couple of turrets. I'll destroy. If I destroy them, I'll just get a wanted level, won't I? Even if I do it in self-defense. Friends welcome. Where are they? This chair looks like it's about to fall apart. Don't have enough for that. I'm trying to hunt the... No. I guess it's not happening then. Roman, it's me. Nico, it's Roman. Want to go bowling? Well, here's where I'll spawn from. Also, what is that? Looks like a faceless for a second. Well, that was kind of lame. I don't even know what the power armor looks like, to be honest. We must go over here. I got a feeling that we might see some more combat up there. Luckily, this cloth thing is bulletproof. As the problem with the raids is it's just not very fun or interesting. I don't really see myself doing too much of the vault raids. Oh shit! A rat! Little punk ass rat. Go beat your ass! The fuck was that? Oh. Don't think it's possible to get jetpack and emergency protocols. So what does emergency protocols even do? Reduces your damage by 50% or damage input. Is that it? Or is there much more than that? I feel like that's kind of it, isn't it? Tesla rifle, yeah, he's ready to go. Notice how I didn't bring. I guess Winter didn't have the Sentinel's assassins to deal with this, but she's got a Tesla rifle, alright. She'll do well if she's got the proper armor. Increase run speed by 25%. Oh, okay. Well, you could just put Dead Man sprinting on, couldn't you? Where's that loot box of death? Maybe somewhere around here. It should be right on top of it. Right now, unless it's up. It is not up. This is just where he died. Okay, I found out how we can pull Roman out. Probably get the Raiders jetpack plan from wherever you get the other plans from. Watoga. The Watoga Protectron or the Brotherhood of Steel one. Oh shit, alright.
Add big
I don't see much in here. We must head north. I'm gonna hunt this ass down. Gonna kill him. I'm gonna get some sort of PvP things happening here. We only killed the one guy. Had fucking bone worms, but still managed to fucking kill him anyway. So that was pretty fun, I guess. Just fucking mowed the fucker down. Because I had one gun army too, so if I had just kept shooting him, I'd eventually get a stagger out of him, which is exactly what I did. He's still taking like 2 damage though. That's heaps of damage to just resist. So much. Fools. Still in third. I want to get to first, god damn it. Look at that gun sway. Fucking put it away if it's heavy, Jesus. When does Wastelanders come out? I've got no fucking clue, to be honest. Bear's dead. They still eat the springs, and they still eat the acids. They're in another world. Ah, fuck. Can't be bothered taking out super mutants. Ah, fortifications, eh? Okay, apparently I don't have enough to be around. What? He built this place up like he wanted to defend it, but nowhere to be fucking found. I might just tear down everything. And then the filter changed. Do I own a quad Tesla? Nope. Fuck your camp. That's what I think of it. Just gonna strip it down. Still haven't made him come out yet. I'm back down to 6th. Where is everybody? Gotta find out where Ronnie Coleman lives. If he's a normie, he would have set up his little base, but I don't see that anywhere. Those Romans. Most people are using survival for the vault raids. Of course. Let's just sit out there and camp kills. Did I watch the Royal YouTuber raiding? Nah. Why would I watch that? We all know that all the crap that comes out of trending is crap. PewDiePie got married. Okay. I don't really see how I'm supposed to really give a fuck about that. Good for him, I guess. And he broke 100 million. Good for him. These fuckers done shooting at my camp? Hopefully. Run! Jump! Land! No giant hermit crab? That's odd. Oh wait, there it is. Excuse me, how the fuck did you hit me? There we go, we've actually got some caps back. We're still like 35 caps where we were. He's talking crap in Serbian. I don't even fucking know what he said. And take his fucking Middle fucking Eastern European language and stick it up his ass if he's insulting me. You had a Japanese guy yell at you the other day. He couldn't understand a word, but he was surely was angry. It's like, alright, man. Wow, I killed this guy the other day. You can't kill him now. Please let me kill him. So it just gives you a random fucking mod. But I didn't say Middle East, I said Eastern European. He did a hello there. Get him. This will all be for nothing if we get to the vault and they're all fucking dead. Or rather, we get killed as soon as we rock up. Yeah, speak English, you fucking Serbian prick. No, you wouldn't have found my channel in the trending. I'm way too small. And I'm not emailing the YouTube execs and paying large amounts of cash to put my stuff on the trending pages like fucking whoever does that stupid late night show. How does that keep going on trending? Who watches that shit? I guess all the normies do, eh? Surely you shouldn't have seen me on trending. Well, if they happen to die, we'll be there to mow them down. What do you mean I'm over capacity? Oh, I am. Don't worry, we just eat the salt. Yum. Oh yeah, that's probably something I kept. What mutations are good for PvP? Serbian family tree. Okay. Is that all you got to say? Actually, I think Serbs are switched on when it comes to current political and social stuff. They don't lack a lot of that nonsense appearing in their country. They've got a backbone about things, and I can respect the Serbs for doing that. You kind of want all the mutations that make you hard to hit. There's a Milet Queen. It's a Scorched one as well. Let her go up the hill. She'll fucking tip over if she goes any quicker. Serbs are communist infiltrators. They aren't commies, are they? I'm hitting that for fucking nothing. On the plus side, we've got a stim pack. What perks should you use for a bloodied, unarmed melee build? Well, you just see any of my YouTube videos about that, and it'll let you know. Like bloodied, go unstoppable monster. Basically, copy those, and you'll be good. Unless you're gonna do PvP, you take a little bit more in endurance. Get yourself adamantium skeleton for one, because not having your limbs crippled is a decently good way to stop yourself from being staggered and shit all the time. Who are these people, and where do they keep coming from? They have to be in the raid. They'd have to be. Yeah, because the meat hook can benefit from perks that aren't supposed to benefit it. That's why people use it. There's an attack on Billings Homestead. Where's that? Does Sentinel armor stack for the bloodied unyielding build? No, it's either yeah, well, actually, you can chuck Sentinel armor for unyielding, because Sentinel is in the prefix. Don't really know how long that goes for. That feel when over capacity. He'll be in the house. Do I have those sea life chems? What are they? No, I need berry mentats. Oh, there we go. How is it that I can only hit him for fucking 2? Behind the tree. Why the fuck? I just can't kill him. At all. I do have Demo Expert on. There we go. Some of those direct hits did alright. Yeah, PvP is so fun. I don't believe that shit. How could he survive for that fucking long? Okay, he is number 1 at the moment. Now we know where he is. I like how he set up all these turrets originally. Fuck, he's so strong. What the fuck? Fuck. Yeah, he'll just keep running, I know. How bullshit is that, though? How many fucking shots did I clock into him? Did fuck all. And same thing goes for fucking... Oh, he quit. Little bitch quit. Well, he was outmatched. Why Purveyor run? I haven't got anything. Hope that cunt knows his little bitch. Couldn't fucking... Ah, he had a quantum. Fuck you, Miss Nanny. You French fuck. I have ascended. I guess that's kind of it, because I can't be fucked anymore. I'm gonna shut this fucking Sir Buff if he keeps giving me more lip. Fucking maggot. Yeah, if this wasn't released at the start of the game and they added it in, all of the fucking people on Reddit would go fucking mad over it. It's such a good event. What's the time? About 5:45. Does anyone know where to find the fucking Hang on a second. I've got an idea. Can you get legendary handmade rifles from legendary mobs? Yes. Why wouldn't you? It's all on a random drop. I hope you can see now why I think PvP is so fucking abhorrent. So repugnant. What a joke. What the fuck? It's so bad. I have to empty so many fucking bullets, and I know I wasn't moving for a few sections there, and I still dodged all of the damage that should have been thrown at me. I survived the fucking mini nuke, and I was moving when that landed. I should have been fucking killed, but I wasn't, cause I don't know. What's that then? Oh yeah, I dropped all of those things. No good to me. What's my view on Gauss rifles? They do alright. They've got a problem in that they're not great in VATS because the VATS hit percentage is what it is when you start charging up the bullet. There's my power armor. Oh yeah, you need to be in this view. There you go. Well, I didn't lose anything, but I didn't gain anything either. And that, too, was with an unoptimized build. A very, very unoptimized PvP build. So, what I might do is I'll use Becker as a PvP build because I've got all the specials where I need them to be, sort of. I don't have to spec fully into weapons, although I might have to, seeing as it took fucking ages to kill everyone there. Probably should have used that too. That would have been pretty devastating. Can you get the shoddy back if it's on this character? It isn't. I know where it is. I know what character it's on. It's not on this one. We've got a bloodied pump action shotgun with Hitman's damage. So I didn't get killed, but it was unsatisfying that we weren't able to kill all of the... Oh, he's left the team. He wants to fight, does he? What's he got? Does he have Sentinels Assassins? Yes, he does. Hey, your stuff looks familiar. Whoops. Looks like we got caught with items that may or may not be interesting. Shoot me in the face just once. Look at that. How long do you reckon it'd take if we kept sitting here bashing each other to kill? Because I can't see that doing any damage. I did 2 damage. Ow. would you believe that bashing isn't a good way? How to get legendary script. You go to a train station, you see a script machine, you plug legendaries into it, and then you go outside and then you get the script. Well, I got to the top of the leaderboard at least. Oh, I remember House Party. I got that still. Should you go anti-armor faster fire rate or bloodied faster fire rate? Probably anti-armor. I reckon anti-armor would do you better. Because you kind of want to stay at full health anyway. Oh, has anyone got the OG Star Wars Battlefront? Oh, they did a hotfix on July. What, they did a hotfix? Okay, I gotta see that. Ugh. Wow, then. Oh, wow, it's up in the corner. Excellent. Stealth Boy, Secret Agent, Crod, Fast Fire at Tesla, and you just win. Yeah, basically. You know why a certain individual decides to pick on people who are playing in survival? I mean, no, playing in regular modes. It's because they don't have Sentinels Assassins. They can kill them quicker. They're not very skilled at all. They just pick on people who don't have the right gear. What else? OG XCOM. I've only played that for 25 hours. I've played XCOM 2 for 78. Almost 100. I'm a little stumped on what to do at the moment, to be honest. Republic Commando. I haven't bought that, actually. Let me see. You're probably only seeing a black screen right now. It actually should be cheap, shouldn't it? Like, really cheap. Republic Commando. It's showing KOTOR. Yeah, $15. Such a good game. All reviews are very positive. Oh yeah, super worth it. Recent reviews. I want to go right back to the start. See what the first review. Let's rearrange some architecture deltas. That's good. I want to see the oldest. No. Okay, there's not a lot. Snuggling with a puppy and watch you. What breed is the doggo? Is it a nice doggo? Is it a German Shepherd? Or is it a Shiba Inu? Shiba Inu? Is that what they call them? Is that what Doge is? Hey, I've got Rage 2. Ever play Fallout New Vegas multiplayer? No. Is that hard to get working? I'd imagine it'd be hard to get working. There's OG Fallout. I've got that. You still can't see it. Let me just hit display capture. There we go. So you've got OG Fallout right there. Fallout 76 players can now get original Fallouts free. Far Cry 5 should be sort of a Fallout prequel. What? A wire hair pointing griffin. What do you have to do to get it running? I imagine it's needlessly complex. Do you have to have a Hamachi server thing? I don't dare click on Fallout 4 mod Nexus because you know what's going to come up. One of those mods. One of those mods. Could mess around on XCOM too until I figure out something to do. Oh, there's Rust right there. See, I did play it. Couldn't kill him. He kept spamming stins when I was reloading, then he left. Couldn't kill who? What are you talking about? Was this old mate who we stole the camp from, but then he tried to take it back, and then we didn't let him? URGH. I don't know who that is. Greg Hunt? Oh, Madham. Oh, I thought that was Madman Chris. Yeah, I don't know what was up with him because he was tanking all of my bullets from a bloodied explosive 50 cal, which ain't nothing. Lego Star Wars? No, it's Lego Star Wars 3. It's not the original. It's not the OG. I did actually stream this one time. The OG Lego Star Wars is the best though. Let me see if I got that. Hang on, the Skywalker Saga. Oh yeah, I remember this. They announced it. How exactly are they going to do... I don't know how they're going to do anything other than... Like, how are they going to do The Last Jedi? Oh, wait, what? Oh, this is going to be all 9 movies, is it? I guess you get it with the complete saga then. Yeah, okay. So you can't buy 1 and 2 separate anymore. These character packs are a little bit odd. Hang on, who's the handlers here? Is it EA? No, it's Traveler's Tale. Wait, who makes this? Oh, Disney Interactive. Yeah, Traveler's Tale, that's it. I knew it. Terraria is $10. Wow, I don't think I'm ready to start another Terraria playthrough. Nuclear Winter with crossbow only. Well, I'd play Nuclear Winter, but... It's dead in my region. I could spend 10, 30 minutes actually waiting for a game, but it won't happen. People have sort of given up on it, which means I won't be... Ew! There's hentai on Steam. Jabba looks high. What? Have you seen him in the movies where he smokes the giant ass pipe? That's what he does. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. The mighty Chewbacca. You two later, can you join for a vault raid? Well, I did it solo, and I kind of was like, wow, this sucks. I won't test weapons here ever. Do a full melee build. Yeah, you do it. You do that. And if you get bored of that, take notes out of my strength build, because it's fun shooting stuff sometimes. What is open to... You could download Dauntless. What is Dauntless? Is that on Steam? Dauntless. It better not have any daunts in it. If it's anime, then it's a big fat fucking no from me. Well, there's nothing called Dauntless here, but we have Codot's Games Complete, which I'm pretty sure is anime. No, it's not. It's RPG Maker. Hop on Minecraft. Fantastic idea. Here we go, boys. That's not Steve, that's Eve. We only play survival here because we're hard cunts. How do you repair weapons without repair kits? Are they required? You just go on a workbench and do it there. Oh my god, the FOV is way too high. Also, is it true you can swim? What's the controls? There we go. I seem to have gotten stuck. Oh, there we go. How do I switch camera modes? F5? Are you kidding me? Why would I want to press up there? So that's us, I guess. And this one's walking... Oh, wait. What? Oh, you can swim. Which is funny, because you can just become a pair of legs in the bottom of the ocean. I guess I didn't think that one through. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Why do we have to play as a ginger? Look, there's cows. I'm going to kick their asses. Ow. That didn't go very well. Again, it's not Steve. So how long has there been giant fucking chasms in Minecraft? Is that a natural occurrence? Oh, I see them. Prepare to die, cow. Fucking got him. Rage quit. This game's too hard. I killed a cow, and then I immediately fell to my death in lava. Perfect. Why do I keep jumping down? Horror game, eh? Is Splendor still around? Was it free? No, just regular Slender, please. I want to play the OG Slender. Yep, this is the one. The OG Slender. Cons limited gameplay. Got that right. Right, how do I download this? That button looks sort of legit. No. Avast antivirus is actually not too bad, but I don't want it. I've already got Norton. Why not the 94 Red? Already done that, man. Is a Monster Hunter clone made by Epic Games? Play the Stanley Parable? Don't you have to pay for that game? Let me download it. Oh god. No! Don't put me through this shit. Oh my god, we're not even playing... Stop throwing ads in my face! I hate internet browsing. I'm glad this is... Wait, what would it sound like? Ugh. Oh, 3 megabytes a second. This is breakneck. Imagine if I get a virus midstream. Okay, I hope this is legit. Okay. Read me. F, flashlight, QE, zoom in, zoom out, escape, pause, quit. Tips, a Slender Man can capture you if you get too close. Do not look at Slender for too long or you lose. Further you are, the safer it is to look. Your flashlight is limited to a battery. It will drain if you turn off. You can also blah blah blah. Jogging / sprinting causes your stamina to drop. It recovers while walking. It recovers twice as fast when you're standing still. Sprinting causes your maximum stamina to drop slightly. Jogging does not. Ah. Ah? How do you sprint? Left shift is jog or sprint. Do you have to hit it twice? Who even cares? Good. Let's go and play Splendor. Here we go. I'm gonna shit myself on stream. We're clocking 120 FPS, boys. No, I haven't completed on an expert, and I don't really care to. Splendor. The 8 stages of gameplay. I hope you can all see this. Okay, you can. Collect 8 pages. Seems simple. Wait, really? This is our speed? Fine. We're just crawling at a snail's pace. I like the scenery, by the way. Very nice. So basically, what we have to do when we get caught by Slender is go into the mic and scream. Just like other people used to do. Seizure vision mode. Wow, that's the brightest it can go. My god, we've dropped 40 frames already. Leave me alone. Boom. It's him taking steps. That's what the noise is. You can just sit and camp in a corner all day and you won't get ya. Hope I'm going in the same direction I was going, otherwise I'm going backwards now. What would I IRL cap? Wait, what? I'm looking. Wait. Oh, the rocks! Stonehenge. Perfect. I love the lighting in this. It's actually that good. I love the color of the sky. It looks like a hell. This is too scary for me. Hang on, where's the page on the rocks? There it is. Shit! There he was! We found him. And I handled it pretty good, actually. If I don't say so myself. Instead of a, oh! It's a shit! Okay, we're good. I saw you, Mr. Slenderman. It takes a little bit more than a thumping on a piano to get me shitting my pants. I'll tell you that much, mate. I think he's getting more aggressive. This is like 7 pages worth of aggression, and I've only picked up 2. This is not. Who am I playing as? When's the last time he took a fucking walk outside? Alright, so he is following me. The fact that he doesn't move. I need to find the potties. So I think if you do get jump scared by him like that, it gives you a free rush of adrenaline. So if he comes up real close. See, the game does a good job at making it feel scary when he is around, but worse when he's not. I think I'm looking at him. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go this way now. I see him. So he just kind of zips around willy-nilly. Oh, we found the fucking things. I don't know what, just logs. The sacrificial logs of Slenderman death. And now we get even more music cues. Getting a bit close, he is. You know, it'd be a lot less scary if you were to examine his model for like 2 seconds and think, wow, he's not actually that terrifying at all. Ah, yes, the big tree. No, wait, this isn't the big tree, is it? Oh, wait, this is the potty house. Had to do some boring housework. I'm playing Slender now. It's a horror game. It's the classic. Made popular by, I think it was PewDiePie back in the day. So, he hates furniture. He throws them around. He's right around that corner, isn't he? No, he was right there. What? What's that all about? Slenderman Mythos. Okay. Well, that sucked. He just teleported. You can't do that. That's not game design. Oh, you can skip all of that. Good. Alright, I'll go this way this time. And I'm just gonna put the pedal to the floor and just... It doesn't matter if she starts being scared and tired. I do believe you actually play as a chick. Someone who hasn't bothered doing much in the way of exercise. I'm guessing she was like an art major, and the most exercise she got was carrying around a portfolio of artwork. Don't look where it takes you. Good advice. Now, if I would find the road. Uh-oh. Fluffy. What? Hang on, that's not the original Fluffy unicorn. Oh, I'm just talking about how they couldn't kill me if they... Apparently, Fluffy Unicorn has an imposter. Ah yes, Amnesia. That was the game too. Amnesia, Slender, and Five Nights at Freddy's. The Holy Trinity. Where? I don't see him. I don't know where he is. Also, the sensitivity is super high, which could be the most terrifying thing. Bad input controls. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. That's some creepy shit. That's like the scariest stuff that's ever come out of Slender. The fact that two teenagers butchered their friend because of that. It's just it was a creepy pasta and it just caught on because of this game, I think. A very simplistic but extremely well designed game, mind you. Where is Slender? There he is. So he's not as aggressive this time by the looks. And if we don't get any pages on... Ah, yes, there we go. Help me. Whose page is he? Who's leaving this? Play Outlast. Oh, okay, so we're right near the fucking potty. We were right near this potty last time, but we didn't really make it through because Slender decided, you know what? I'm just gonna teleport in here and immediately kill you. You won, Slender. You won. Don't mind me, Slender. Having a walk. He could have been right around the corner. He could have executed that one better. That wasn't me. It actually was me. Okay, cool. Pick the corners. That's not how lights work. I'm an expert on using a flashlight, and I'd like to point out the inaccuracies of this game's flashlight. I haven't played my PS4 in ages, actually. I tried to set up a stream on it the other day, but I couldn't, because Bethesda gave me the OG Dooms on it, so I thought, yeah, okay, they're gonna shout me these, I'll promote it, but I couldn't get it to work. You see, I think I lost him. Ah, yes, the car. This is actually the van. I think there's more than one vehicle in this game. Leave me alone. Make me. No sign of him. So that only leaves a few landmarks left at this point. I don't think we've found the rocks on this particular playthrough. But if we follow this road, we should be okay. The last thing you want to do is start sprinting through the forest. There he is. Okay, so he's in hot pursuit at the moment. And if we get one of those little jump scares, we can basically run as much as we want. Ah, yes, the giant tube. Perfect. Not there. So, I don't know what the point of that giant tube is, other than just a landmark for you to get pages off. So this is the music that plays when he gets really mad. And apparently he's decided to block my pathing, so I'm gonna sit here and do fuck all, really. Here's with my phone. Here we go. Cheap. I was looking at the comments when that happened. 5 out of 8, not too bad. Oh, I can... Okay, I can turn the fog off. That's good. Ah, we can see now! It might detract from the experience of true horror. Also, who turns their light... Who points their flashlight at the ground as they go to run? That makes no sense at all. Okay, so I might be missing a few landmarks as I'm going along my merry way. Zero Dawn. Ah, yes, the game that they made after they finished Killzone. I like Guerrilla Games, they did alright. I liked the Killzone franchise when that was still around. I wasn't too keen on Shadowfall, though. Okay, apparently there's nothing on this giant... Well, I'm not gonna say dildo, but... I'm pretty sure that's what PewDiePie called it. I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of a strategy meta in this. Actually, I might have 5 nights on this. I just use speed hacks to easily breeze through it. Get that 3 stars in like 5 minutes or so. Would Stealth Commando work on Slendy? Well, it could, but you can't really crouch. And I'm guessing this character who has very little agility and endurance would tend to get spotted very easily. Unless Slenderman is somehow omnipotent and able to just see everything. Like the fellows who spawn during Uranium Fever, you know what I'm talking about? No, 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 no. It's racist. And here we go again. Hopefully I can get to all 8 pages, because then we can just sort of camp in a corner and wait for him. Okay, I'll keep going down that road after I'm done. Ah, he's in this direction. There's no reason for this. There's no particular rhyme or reason for anything. I've spotted an enemy Slenderman, over. I see the page. What could possibly be Slender's motivation? I bet Slender would use a build that is unconventional. Also, look at that roof. What even is that? Who sheeted this place? Was it Slender? Look at him creeping behind a tree. He's basically T-posing. That's all he can do. All he does is T-pose. Oh, now. I got T-posed on. We're basically playing as NPCs with little more perception than a fucking grub. I feel like I saw Slender there before the the music cue popped in. So it didn't really come as a surprise. The player character is a good build. Ah, I know, we just used our Sentinels Assassins. Sentinels anti-Slenderman gear. Oh, food build. Oh, you didn't put good build, you put food down. Okay. All you need to do is replace the G, or the F with the G, and then you're pretty much good to go. Or should I say, food to go. You know, they're probably so fixated on food builds because they work with food all day. They probably work at Macca's or something, flipping burgers for their day jobs. Why am I playing Slenderman? Because I was like, I wonder if the OG Slenderman still exists. And then I downloaded it, then I got a couple of viruses. But not really. Can't run. You're right, you really can't run. You can sort of jog with a leisurely pace of a... Oh shit, there he is. Don't mind me, Slenderman. If you block him behind a tree, he'll probably just teleport. Right? Nah. Help me! Okay, he's still there. See, if you keep your eyes on him, he won't bloody move on ya. Viruses is part of the game. Imposter Sheep Squatch versus Slenderman. Well, the Slenderman makes everything all staticky when he looks at him, so eventually he'll chip away at the health of the monster. You know what? They should make the imposter Sheep Squatch, they should make that a playable character. So instead of one person, you'll have one person actually controlling the monster and gets rewards how many players are killed. Are you kidding me? There's really nothing here. Nope. It's always the last place you look, which is a stupid sentence because the last place you look will always be the last place you look because you aren't looking anymore after you find it. That's what I don't get. Okay, so hopefully the Slenderman doesn't decide to kick my ass once we get inside here. See, I made fun of his roofing and then he's like, nah, this person's going down. Also, the ceiling seems to be oozing with goo. I'm not really sure what that's all about. And the floor tiles have seen better days for sure. Do you think it's worth buying Exterminator's armor? Oh, that's an interesting question. Well, it's about as useful as Ghoul Slayers because it's about a 50-50 split. Oh, there's a chair. Hang on. Sometimes it's on the chair. It is not on the chair today. What's it about? He'll just fucking show up again and instantly kill me. What is this? Who did the ceiling work here? Slender, you're not a very good tradesman. Wow, there's really nothing in here. I'm pretty sure I diligently checked everything there. Slender is not a good chippy at all. You mean insulting things for their worth? Oh, there he is. Okay. He must have been on his fucking piss break, because I was running in his direction for ages and he didn't decide to kill me. Ow, I just ran headlong into a tree. Off to the beach to make some sandcastles. Well, have fun with that. I live so far from the beach that I think I'm at least a 2-hour drive, so enjoy yourself. Get that tan on. And get that summer board happening. Oh, I see another page. Okay, we're almost where we were last time. Slender Man. Nowhere in sight. Go do something special for 20k. Instead of doing the usual thing. Well, I know what I'm gonna do. I've got an idea of what I'm going to do. Ah yes, the poles of infinite sacrifice. What do I think about bloodied explosive pipe rifles? Probably the best use of the 38s you'll ever find. Alright, so now I should be able to sprint. Oh yeah, I'm really fucking taking off now. Trouble is, I don't have the goddamn page. Yeah, okay, so he is chasing aggressively. If you happen to get that... Yeah, if you happen to get that proc of the big old jump scare sound, you can just take off like a Ferrari, it's that good. Okay, I think I've lost him in the trees. Dog just changed the vid. Stop watching this person. Alright, time to go. Turn that light off for detection purposes. Look at this! We go that quick. He's even quicker though. Now we're back to the regular old snail pace. Oh! Yes! Speedrunners tactics right there. You can outrun him, I think. Oh god, I can't sprint anymore. There we go. Just gotta figure out where I'm... Oh! I'm out of juice again. Run! Run, bitch, run! Oh, okay. So he doesn't seem to chase as bad. There we go. And we're out of juice again. I think he's got me, boys. I think he's got me. Activate escape artist perk, please. Boom! Okay. So this is where we were last time. And I found nothing of note, nothing of interest here. So we have to find the van next. Trouble is I've got no bloody clue where that might be. So I'll just break his pathing. That's how we do it. Close enough. Ah, okay. I guess we're taking too long. Nothing of note. God, I'm funny. Okay, this time I'm going this way. And I don't know who the protagonist's name is, but she's getting a cardio workout this time. Oh, it's the spiny tree. This tree. Okay, so apparently I was just missing half of the entire map. This is the only unique tree. Everything else is just a copy-paste. You know, if all trees looked like this, it'd be a whole lot more scary. Just look at the stars. They look all pixelated and cool. How difficult would it be to do a Fallout 4 mod of Slender? Well, considering you just start shooting at it whenever you do stuff, you'd have to... Firstly, you'd have to take away all of the weapons of the player to make him feel vulnerable. It'd be difficult. Like, setting up terrain like this would be piss easy. It's completely flat ground. Just throw a bunch of trees around and basically you're good to go. I'm pretty sure I saw the... Yes, I did see the do-cut. You'd have to also change the lighting to make it seem a lot scarier. You'd have to take notes from... that witch place. You know what I'm talking about, that witch place. Where you use the Deathclaw jump scare thing. You'd have to extract those sounds and set up to when that's actually going to show up. I don't know, I think this is all Slenderman's handiwork. Because he's got a van and a truck, but he hasn't parked them underneath the big fucking tube at all, so he doesn't really know what he's doing. Also, the sound in here, the ceiling in here is completely busted. The roof is just weird. There's no PowerPoints or anything. There's not, like, this can't even be a toilet. What is this? It's a waste of time. Has the mod that turns Callaghan to a cereal. That's funny. No sockets or switches. So we've even triggered the Sparkies on this one. Slenderman's just a terrible tradesman. He's also hoarding a bunch of, I guess, crude oil in these canisters, or gas for what stoves. He wouldn't do the gas work here. What's he gonna cook? All of the victims? That's a lot of... It'll last you a while, mate, but it'll run out soon. I see another page. This one is Alan Page. Run, run. Lights off. Oh my god, I've just figured out a way to make this even better. If we speed up the game, it'll be more scary. And it'll also be easy to play through. Ah! Well, would I really have the respect of all of the people if I told them that I did this for a living? People would look at me and say, well, you're a fucking idiot, and then stop watching, and then unsubscribe. I do work for a living. I'm a roofer. Oh, there he is. I'm so scared. Mommy. Mommy! I think most of the YouTubers that originally did this game and gave it promotion were hamming it up a little bit. They had to be, because it's really not that bad. It's really not that bad. It'll have a few times where you kinda You're just like, oh, okay, that got me, but you don't fucking jump out of your chair screaming at it. I think people saw through that shit. Ah, crane operator. Nice one. Wait, are you just saying that because you lift stuff? I can tell that you lift stuff by your profile pic, mate. You don't have to go around about, you know, you're a crane. And then we take off. Not quite. So we're basically back into this lock of trying to bait him into jump scaring us so we can just yeet off into this direction. There we go. That's got it. Thank you. This is why you don't eat vegan foods. Oh, he's so close. I can't move. His tendrils have got me. Lack to afford food. You're allowed to wear shorts. Yeah. I wear shorts too. They were extracted? Can't believe this was open the entire time. You go away. I'm pretty sure I purchased Five Nights. What have I got in here? Let's go size. I've got a lot of weird mods in here, I think. Weird stuff. Oh, I've even got a Sega mod. How cool's that? I don't think I've ever used... No. Okay, there's nothing in there. That's all just mods. Not allowed to wear shorts per occupational health and safety. Yeah. Well, we do it anyway because we'd fry. We would die if we decided to wear shorts and not wear shorts in 40-degree heat. You get a nice tan line at the end of summer too. But then you're covering up with pants to get away from the cold, so it goes away. And then when the summer comes around, you start wearing shorts again. It all starts again. Brilliant. And so what else? Do you think it's against regulation to roof naked? Yes. You aren't actually... I think they draw the line if you're wearing singlets. You gotta cover your shoulders. They don't mind if you're wearing a shirt, but if you have your shoulders... I don't know what it is. It's probably so you don't get sunburnt shoulders. Yeah. At least, you know, they're looking out for you if they pick apart safety things like that, though. That's the main thing. Okay. Slender Arrival. Oh yeah, there's more than one monster in that game, isn't there? It's the same concept though, isn't it? If they're a huge weirdo, what they'll do is they'll just take their shirt off whilst they're working. If they're a huge weirdo. We've only had 2 blokes since I've been there doing that. Is an Intel processor the only ideal processor, or are there great ones? Are there great ones? Intel's pretty good. It's up there. Is it AMD? Are they processors or graphics cards? Because someone was talking about... Do they do both? Crane cabs have AC. That's good. If it was 40 degrees, it gets stuffy inside. And I do mean Celsius. Yeah, the Arrival has some sort of plot, so they don't make you die and just start again. Also, I'm pretty sure as soon as you get all 8 pages, the game doesn't end. He just hunts you down. He keeps going. Also, I didn't even activate speed hacks. What am I doing? Cheat engine, please. I better not open Fallout. Hang on. I'm going to just close Bethesda.net launcher in case they object to me using cheat engine on a different game. You can never quite know with Bethesda sometimes, because I've heard that if they detect cheat engine on your system, they can ban you, but I've had it for ages, and I don't fucking use it for anything, really. I use it to speed up games sometimes. Okay, I'm going to put it on fastest mode. Open up Slender. And whack it up to 100 times the speed. Oh, look at that. I'm so fast. How good. Improvise, adapt, overcome. This is 100 times the speed, by the way. It still feels super slow. We could go 200. Oh, black screen, sorry. Behold! So fast you can't even see him. Oh, come on. So I'm hoping if the game runs this fast, it won't really know where to put Splendor at all. We might just sidestep the whole difficulty by doing this. Can I pick that up? I can't pick it up. There we go. I guess I took too long. Okay. That's too much. Pull it down. I think I missed something. See, now we're playing it like we've got the Speed Demon mutation. Look how fast we skitter along. Stomp, 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 stomp. Like, even playing this at 2 times the speed would be so much better. But 50 times the speed where it's at. 50 times the speed is much better. It's like we're a spider. We're running around stomping with multiple legs at the same time. So that was kind of useless then. Suppose we go out the back here. I took too long. He's coming to find me now. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. That's the worst game so far. Ever seen a spider just full on sprint, like a huntsman spider? This is the sound that it'd be making if it was wearing tap dance shoes. It kind of sounds like horses running on concrete. This girl really was a clomper. Oh shit! A spider! Suppose there's not too much else in this direction. There's the rocks! I see the page. Gimme. Yes. I'm fast as fuck, boy. I don't think you really know how fast I really am. You have no idea how fast I am. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Slender can't keep up with Usain Bolt playing Splendor. And there's nothing in here. And we're back to here. Oh god. Alright, I think what we need to do is to crank this up to 500 times the speed. Oh, I think we've found the maximum. This is not 500. We're not fucking doing the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs on this speed. So, yeah. We're a bit stiff actually. We missed out on 2 of the pages. We're really pushing the Unreal Engine to its limits, I'll tell you that much. If I can just manage to navigate out of here. You're a plumber until you hurt your neck. Yeah. Like, as soon as your neck or back goes, that's you finish as a plumber. It's pretty brutal. That's just how it is. Give me the page! There we go. That's gonna be my major downfall. I'm gonna be trying to grab the page and it won't happen. I saw him. Then I ran headlong into a fence. Keep going. Keep her going. Whoa. Excellent. There's another. Now we just have to find ourselves on the other end of the map, which is through this way, where you'll just smash face first at like 60 k's an hour into a tree or 7. Tree of death. Whoa, that was close. Hey, you can't catch me. Okay. Let's not do that anymore. And more like Hacker Man. Alright, I just gotta do something real quick. It involves me playing Fallout 4 for like a second. Oh shit, a spider. Earrings, bandana, that. Biker. Yeah, we'll put that on. And the bandana and the ear. Yes! Good! I don't know why you've got the 50s on you there. Slenderman would like to access your location. No, Splenderman. He can go to hell.
Things are boring as hell since Nisha made us team up.
Can you hear that? I can't hear that. Oh wait, it's very, very quiet. I can just hear it. Yeah, I know it's a black screen. I just need to do something real quick.
I ain't no fan of I thought about
Bang.
trying my hand at the gauntlet just to see if I could do it.
There we go.
Now, no one's topping your performance.
Hey,
Hey!
wait there. Hold position.
All right.
Come on.
Sure.
Just turn the game up so I can bloody hear it. No good? Okay. That's okay. And for my last thing... Whole team's here, except one last thing. See, designing the characters is the easy part. And putting all the stuff in that makes them followers is a little bit more tiresome. There we go. Just like all of the angels playing XCOM, it's like all 12 at once. By sofa. Wait, what? That tiny little power armor boy in the corner. You seriously can't see this? Excuse me? Why did it switch to a different thing entirely? That's actually upper echelon gaming. He's a character. Jesus Christ. He's an interesting feller. Why aren't you using your gun? I guess she doesn't have ammo for it. That's branding, I think they call that. Also, I've got several cheat gun pistols. I don't need them. You can go away now. This one's got the light frame receiver. It weighs nothing. It's literally weightless. What was I doing last time I was playing this? Oh, yeah, I was gonna do a lever action shotgun, but then I didn't. I'm trying to think what kind of weapon mods I have. Do I still have the MTAR? No. No matter. You should see how powerful 14 for. I reckon a Radroach can take him out though. I reckon that this killer Radroach would be able to kill every single one of them. It's that quick. You know, I'm kind of disappointed that the vault raids weren't better than they were. They could have been so much better. They could have been so much better. If they had have gone for something like Digistruct Peak for inspiration, that would have been a lot better, I reckon. Also, do I have the version of Winter Companion that allows me to grab that combat rifle? Yep. At last, we have a weapon worthy of killing the Rad Roach. Where is Roachzilla? There's nothing. No Roachzilla is here. Maybe I already killed him. Who even knows? Like 50 rounds in the mag. Of course it is in Vault Raids. I did that heaps earlier. Heaps earlier, mate. I probably should have called the stream and just stuffing around doing other stuff if I get bored. That is pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that is the slogan of 76. None of the stuff was really captured what I would really like out of the game. Like, if they were gonna do raids, wouldn't they just pit you against big scary monsters? Big tough monsters and like rooms for you to kill, and then many swarming enemies and actually award XP. I don't know. I feel like that feedback for the vault will help them make the other ones better. They purposely making the game bad so players can come in and eventually fix it. Depends if they ever give us the capacity to mod the thing. Oh, look, it's Gerald. Oh my god, all the numbers spraying from him. How good. Oh god, he got ragdolled. The power of my angels right there. They're gonna blow up the car and kill me. This is your fault, Iris. You killed one. Who did he kill? I think that's Winter firing the combat rifle. Did I just say come back here? You really don't want this. Fallout 76 is a social experiment. It's just a prank, bro. Whoa, Iris, calm down. Big guns. My legendary. Bad. Don't even pick that up. Mod that removed the Atom Shop standees. Wow, okay. Milet Queen's tougher in 4 and 76. It feels that way sometimes. Well. Let's investigate, shall we? Fucking stop giving me this. Let's see if the data miner has actually pulled out its HP. Mm, 2125, and that's at level 20. You go into see, this one's better. This is a better look wiki. Alright, so yeah, 650. That's a Blood Rage Mirelurk. Wrong one. Yeah, yeah, okay, so 1000 health versus about 2100 or whatever. There's Nucalurk too. They're not nearly as tanky as they are in Fallout 4 either. Check out the concept art though. There's little crab dudes. Then there's a Queen. He's got different face mouth. You can see where they kept the spouts, but that sort of went. And also, are they eyeballs? That's better. Oh, look, it's T-posing. A late development addition to provide another behemoth scale enemy for the player to encounter in the open coastal areas. And I think you can see one of these was actually made into the fog crawler eventually. I like the concept art. It's so cool. Like, someone drew that. How cool is that? There's some more. Violet Queens, Kings. Ah, okay. That guy didn't make it. Those ones did, though. Oh, you can see there that they designed it like that. And the crabby dudes, the lobster men. That looks a lot more sinister, though. They toned it down a bit. It's just an egg. He's feeding on a sea creature. There's the Nucalurk. Crabs, one without a shell. And there's a one at Revere Beach Station. Kick that one's ass. Also, that one looks like it's trying to force choke. You have failed me for the last time, Admiral. Flatwoods Monster Control. I feel like this is getting off topic. Who's that? Who are these people? Just some mini boomers? That went way off topic very quickly. Actually, speaking of lobster men, I reckon he could probably kill everything. Just script it. Do you reckon you could script those Atom Shot standees? It's pretty immersion break. The voice crack. It's pretty immersion breaking that they just transport you to a different fucking shop dimension from just a standee. Like, why couldn't the random vendors have a different prompt that would activate the Atom Shot? I'm pretty sure these blokes are basic raiders. Also, apparently Kylie's got something to prove. She was never heavy. She was a ranger. She should be using a shotgun and a sword. Hang on, am I heading the right way? Nope. Need to go this way. Ish. Screw farming for 76. Fuck. You know, they probably got that high level due to doing that bug, that glitch with the traps, and you just keep going and get heaps of fiber optics and whatnot. There's the Craze Mirelurk Hunter. Let's see how they do. Also, I've got a mod that makes traces just go everywhere. No, he's taken one out. He gets knocked down. Vicky goes for the revive. And gets fucking wrecked. Every time you see him get knocked down, it's because Phoebe's shooting. Oh! It's because Phoebe's aiming down sights. I gave her the sniper perk. He's got knocked on his ass. They can do it. He killed Winter. What a bastard.
That I know of.
He gave us a Mutant Slayer's board. Better to be safe than sorry, Iris. You know what I'm saying? Think he's dead. It's always fun to see them try to kill soldiers at Gunner's Plaza because they don't push up or anything. Might just bring them around the side. Because then they'll actually get up there and do stuff rather than just getting shot at constantly from dudes with rocket launchers up top. This is a covert mission. We gotta be sneaky. Very sneaky. Extremely sneaky. Oh, Bridget forgot her gun. How old am I? I am 22. Yeah, 22 years old. Don't mind them, they're just shooting at bugs. See? There's a bug over there. Oh! Plenty of bullets. How long are they gonna notice? Oh, Iris gets sucker punched. Apparently, Bridget's gone the knuckle. She ain't bothered with shooting anyone. Save me. Last mistake. She's cutting off her vegetarianism right now. She won't miss any more steaks. Excuse me. Has anyone added 3-star legendaries into Fallout 4? Nope. Hello? I don't think they care, to be honest. I think if you have too many followers, they just start bugging. Start bugging out. Alright. See you later, universe. Lee buddy. Wait, what is... Oh, she picked up a gun. Wow, Bridget's good with an auto rifle. Oh, so there's more... Hang on, there's more in here.
Sweet.
There you go, have at them. She's whacking them with a sword. Oh, I'm gonna die in a second. Look, you've activated Nerd Rage. Help! I need reviving. Why do they point combat rifles and shotguns at the ground when they shoot them? Who got killed? Who was that? Who's on the ground? Winter gets into it. Target down! Get him! They just kill every single thing. Hang on, we didn't take out the people at the front. Also, who puts a giant mushroom on their place? What's that all about? It's kind of like the XCOM Winter. I actually gave her the casual. She's got a casual demeanor about her in XCOM. So she's a little bit more intense in Fallout 4 with the Brotherhood of Steel lines. Oh, I just saw you teleport in there. Kylie tries to jump in and go hello there. I don't know where she ended up. Wait, what are they shooting at? Oh, she did drop down. She's being killed. Does anyone actually care about that? No. Okay. Once they get detected, that's when they'll start to fight. There's a lot of bullets being fired at this moment. Yes, it's Fallout 4. Please stagger you off the edge. Ah, she goes down. She fell down. What a dickhead. I can hear a lot of people jamming mags into their guns, and I don't think I should be hearing that. Their reloading sound is louder than their guns firing. Also, does no one really give a shit? Help me, I'm being suppressed. Look who's got the height advantage now. What is even happening? Too many AI, too many bugs. Rain, you gotta get up. Reloading sounds intensify. That's all I bloody hear. Rain's really not happy about being shot at. Look at me being team medic. How hard is it to just point your guns at one target and just shoot them? And I'm pretty sure I just saw Tammy jump down as well. Everyone just seems to get in a big saturation of fire here, and they just keep getting killed. Doesn't help that I can't shoot through that. PvP build survivor from Fallout 76 or a max level lone survivor from Fallout 4. Probably the one from Fallout 4 because there's no level cap. You could get up like to 1400 health. Look at me now. How much health do I have? 1200. Like you get to level 235 and then you've got all of the perks. Vicky's supposed to be the close quarters expert, so you should probably get down there. Shoot at the spotlight. What happened to Fallout 76? I got bored of it. Winter, why do you keep getting killed? Oh, Winter nails that guy. Do you not have your pistol? Oh, you need actual 50s to run it. Well, guess what? I've got some news for you. There you go. No wonder she wasn't going as well. She didn't have her pistol. Actually debating on trying the expert level vault raid. Well, best of luck to you. It's difficult. It's mainly the time constraints that make it difficult, though. Well done. They struggle against many single targets, but I guess they were slightly outnumbered there, but for some reason, even with the high ground, a lot of them went down. If I turned off the what's it called? The essential tag, a lot of them would have been killed then. Might have been killed. PvP happens to Fallout 76. That was so busted. I can't believe that. All it is just reaffirming my point in how fucking pointless PvP is. Mutants. No mutants allowed. This is a mutant-free zone. Oh, wow. The combined strength of 13, Kylie's not doing shit. All she's doing is just blocking shots. That's kind of it. Almost down. So who did they kill? You killed Iris, you bastard. I think the killing blow was made from the knife. He was just fallen by a knife. And he also gave us a penetrating combat shotgun. Basically anti-armor. Poke. Hey, that wasn't supposed to happen. Hang on, does the critical hits actually do damage? Yes, they do. Everything else doesn't do jack shit. When is this stream going to end? Very soon. Very, very soon. Also, I redid Carla's face, and I think I might redo it again, because she's a little bit bug-eyed right now, to the point of being kind of creepy. You know what? I think I might call it there. I'm out of ideas to keep this stream going, so thank you to everyone who's watched. Unfortunately, we didn't do too much of Fallout 76, because it honestly got kind of boring, but whatever. What's the time right now? Okay, so it's only 7:30, which means I might have a Fallout 76 weapon video for you in the morning, depending on how motivated I am. Well, I might be. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, thanks to everyone who stuck around, and I'll see you tomorrow. Gotta remember to actually close this goddamn thing.